Chapter 843. The semi-finals began. Lin Ling, you still haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation? When Lin Ling returned to the mountain valley, everyone gathered around him. Elder Sword checked Lin Ling's cultivation and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Ling still hadn't made a breakthrough. Currently, there were more than 150 geniuses participating in the semi-finals of the Prodigy ranking. Among them, there were mid-stage and late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest, so many people didn't have high hopes for him. Long Xiaoqin and the others helplessly smiled. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know what to say. Of course, although Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to challenge the proud Son of Heaven list, it was enough to be proud of. After all, Lin Ling was a genius of the same generation as them, and they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the proud Son of Heaven list. My cultivation hasn't increased, but my strength has. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He knew that everyone was worried, but he couldn't explain it. Only the semi-finals could prove everything. Tomorrow is the semi-finals. Rest well today. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. At the same time, he cheered for Lin Ling old ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also did the same. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He strode into the depths of the mountain valley and sat down cross-legged. Then, he looked up at the pitch-black sky and said, "The second dream, the second battle of revenge, begin." Then, Lin Ling untied the tyrannical song sword and gently held it in his hand. At this time, the sword was covered with ripples. The 10 million weight was not hidden at all. Layers upon layers of pressure pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to sink. Ever since he had dripped his blood on the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling had been able to freely control the weight of the tyrannical song sword. Naturally, he could also make the 10 million weight appear. Carrying the 10 million weight was also a kind of cultivation. It allowed Lin Ling's inner world to constantly awaken. To assist in cultivation, this was the second secret of the tyrannical song sword. The second day quietly arrived. The 7 profound martial houses proud Son of Heaven list semi-finals had finally begun. Early in the morning, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. All of the major forces had gathered, and even the martial house masters of the 7 major martial halls had arrived. Although the semi-finals were not as sensational as the finals, it also meant that in the semi-finals, there would be many proud sons of heaven that would step into the finals. Furthermore, that dark horse prodigy might even appear in the 100 Regions Prodigy competition that was held once every 5 years. Even the palace mastered is here, and so are the experts from the 5 great ancient kingdoms. There weren't so many experts in the previous semi-finals of the ancient Dao martial arts palace. They're all here to see the second dream. It's said that many people are curious about the second dream's imperial body. The crowd was incomparably expectant. In their eyes, a massive martial stage floated in the 7 profound martial house. This martial stage was very large, just like an island. The rumbling sound was deafening. The martial dais appeared. Many people looked up at the martial stage, especially the ordinary proud sons of heaven. They were looking forward to the day when they would also have the opportunity to step onto such a martial stage. The 7 profound martial house semi-finals have begun. The participants are the proud sons of heaven that are ranked below 100 on the 7 profound martial houses proud son of heaven list. The minimum strength requirement is the middle royal spirit realm, and you are qualified to step onto the 10,000-foot platform. An ancient voice sounded out, shaking the hearts of everyone. The semi-finals were also a great competition to determine the ranking of the proud Son of Heaven list. Here, one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, break into the top 100, and step into the circle of top proud sons of heaven. Or, one could be surpassed by others, and lose their pride and dignity. In the 7 profound martial house, countless proud sons of heaven's eyes narrowed, their fighting spirit boiling. As for the proud sons of heaven that were watching, their hearts surged. Once upon a time, they had also had such a martial stage. Once upon a time, they had also strived for such a martial stage. The second dream has come out, how beautiful. At this moment, the first figure flew towards the martial stage in the sky. Her long black dress was like a peony flower in broad daylight, filled with a sacred and inviolable flavor, causing a massive number of youths to look up at her. Although the second dream had been slapped 3 times by Lin Ling, and was no longer as sacred and noble as before, it was undeniable that she had the martial house master backing her. She was still the most dazzling existence in the semi-finals. Bang! As the second dream neared the martial stage, endless flames spewed out from beneath the martial stage. There was also a massive amount of thunder and lightning. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it were tempering the martial stage. The first test has appeared. The crowd's pupils shrank. The semi-finals were not as simple as a single arena tournament. At the beginning, there was also a test. After all, this was a great competition that was highly anticipated. If some weak people were allowed to go on stage, that would be a disgrace. Thus, the first test was to determine the qualifications of the proud sons of heaven. The flames were the 7 profound flames, and the thunder was the 9 earths heavenly thunder. They would be able to eliminate the weak from the martial stage. Pa! The second dream gently extended her hand. Endless black light bloomed and enveloped her entire body. It was as if she had disappeared into the night sky. Then, she stepped onto the martial stage. The first proud son of heaven had appeared on the lofty platform. It was the second dream. She had obtained the qualifications. Amazing. She has obtained the qualifications so smoothly. The crowd was full of praises. It's my turn. The second figure appeared. It was young Master Tang of the 18 Princes. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He stepped on the imperial elixir fire and shot towards the lofty platform. The flames and thunder could not even get close to him. The second proud son of heaven to obtain the qualifications had appeared. Both of them had illustrious reputations. They deserved to be recognized. I'm the third. At the same time, the other proud sons of heaven flew up one after another. Now that it was their turn to shine, they naturally did not want to be outdone. However, while some succeeded in ascending the lofty platform, some failed. They were burned to death by the 7 profound flames, and some were blasted to smithereens by the 9 earths heavenly thunder. To ascend the stage, one needed to have a certain level of strength. If one did not know his own strength, he could not blame anyone if he died. How terrifying. It seems like it's not easy to become a dazzling proud son of heaven. Some of the weaker proud sons of heaven trembled with fear and gave up on ascending the lofty platform. There are about 150 participating geniuses this year. However, more than 30 have been eliminated from the lofty platform. In the distance, the chief of the sky-bearing house smiled faintly. Ascending the lofty platform was the focus of everyone's attention. However, it was also half a step into the land of death. Without courage, one would not dare to ascend the lofty platform. Courage was also one of the essential qualities of a proud son of heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Colorful and dazzling, the remaining proud sons of heaven continued to ascend the lofty platform one after another. They did not lack courage. Lin Ling, time is almost up. Go. At a corner of the vast lofty platform, Elder Jian and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was about to ascend the lofty platform. They did not think that the lofty platform would be able to stop Lin Ling. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head. With a move of his feet, he shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head and shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. Chapter 844. 120 Proud Children of Heaven. Regarding Lin Ling's name, there was no one in the rainforest Holy Land that didn't know of him. It was said that this boy was extremely arrogant. He had even dared to destroy the second dream, and had even challenged the second dream in the semi-finals. But now, did he have the corresponding strength to be arrogant? That is Lin Ling. Not bad, he is neither arrogant nor humble. He is also a good seedling. But looking at his movement and aura, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. The Martial House Master of Howling Sky Academy said as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's aura seemed very ordinary. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't have anything dazzling about him. The only thing that left a deep impression on others was that he was calm and steady. But his speed wasn't fast and his aura wasn't strong. This made some people doubt his strength. No way, when the ninth earthly heavenly thunder blasted towards Lin Ling, he actually almost couldn't avoid it. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. In their eyes, Lin Ling flew towards the 100,000-foot stage, but facing the test of the 7 profound flame and 9th earthly heavenly thunder, he almost couldn't avoid it. His strength was weaker than they had imagined. The proud children of heaven that had ascended the martial stage also narrowed their eyes. In the past, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. They thought that he would have some strength, but now he seemed very ordinary. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and now he was at the Late Emperor Spirit Realm. His strength really wasn't enough. Pung. Finally, under everyone's eyes, Lin Ling smoothly ascended the 100,000-foot stage. As he stepped onto the martial stage, he faintly smiled and ignored the disdainful gazes around him. Instead, he walked into the crowd of proud children of heaven. Mad God Lin Ling? He really can only be arrogant in front of weak children of heaven. Some of the proud children of heaven secretly thought. However, the crowd didn't notice that Lin Ling's footsteps left faint footprints on the solid platform. This meant that when Lin Ling was flying in the air, he was carrying 10 million pounds of weight. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. The 10 million weight came from the Tyrant Song sword, and it had to fly into the sky. Along the way, it had to avoid the 7 profound flames and the 9 earths heavenly lightning. Being able to reach the martial platform was already terrifying enough. Unfortunately, no one saw this point. Everyone thought that it was very difficult for Lin Ling to reach the martial platform and that his strength was undeserved. Only the second dream frowned. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling should not be this weak. However, she could not tell what Lin Ling was hiding. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Dong! An ancient bell rang, signaling the end of time. A total of 120 Sky Prides are participating. An ancient voice sounded. The ancient voice sounded out. Originally, the 7 profound martial house had 150 proud sons of heaven participating. But in the first round of assessment, more than 30 had been eliminated, and 10 had died. Of course, no one cared about the dead proud sons of heaven. After all, whether or not they wanted to participate was their own freedom. So if they had overestimated their strength and entered the competition and died, then they couldn't blame anyone. 120 figures quietly stood on the 100,000-foot stage. Like the name of the martial platform, they bloomed with a dazzling light, making countless people look up at them. The second dream, young Master Tang. The crowd's eyes fell on the most dazzling existences of the 120. It wouldn't be difficult for those two to break into the circle of top proud children of heaven. The circle of top proud children of heaven was the circle of those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. To be able to enter that circle was glory and pride. They also had the qualifications to compete with the other top proud children of heaven. Besides the second dream and young Master Tang, everyone else's chances aren't small. Many people's eyes swept around and saw Lin Ling, but they automatically ignored him. Not long ago, when Lin Ling had scraped the second dream, he had been incomparably domineering and had displayed a formidable talent. Unfortunately, talent was talent, strength was strength. The current Lin Ling was indeed a bit weak. So naturally, the crowd chose to ignore Lin Ling. And on the 100,000-foot stage, the 120 Sky Prides were also looking at each other. After all, they were all rivals, competing for a place on the proud Son of Heaven list. You're too weak. I advise you to leave on your own, lest you bring shame to yourself. Beside Lin Ling, one of the Sky Prides lightly said as he looked at Lin Ling. He was ranked 150 on the proud Son of Heaven list, and he had heard of Lin Ling's achievements. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius and was ranked 200. Afterwards, he had scraped the second dream. But at that time, what he had displayed was talent, so it wasn't considered strength. So when facing Lin Ling, he had the right to be proud. It's none of your business. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Prides indifferently and said coldly. The Sky Pride's eyes narrowed and a wave of anger surged in his heart. Lin Ling couldn't see through himself. In the upcoming competition, I hope you don't meet me. The Sky Prides coldly said. You're crazy. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. He didn't even look at the Sky Prides. His gaze landed on the second dream, who was not far away, and the smile on his face deepened. It was a cold smile. The second battle of revenge was finally about to begin. The second dream also looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with a cold light. She was incomparably looking forward to the next battle. She wanted to return the humiliation she had suffered in the past 10 times over. Of course, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ling would be able to stand in front of her. Young Master Tang also glanced at Lin Ling. Before, in the Dragon Pavilion, Lin Ling had displayed a strength that was not weak. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was only a so-so. He had used all of his strength to climb up the 100,000-foot platform, so his strength shouldn't be too great. 120 Sky Prides have obtained the qualifications. But according to the rules, all Sky Prides below the top 100 have the opportunity to challenge them and seize their qualifications. At this moment, the ancient voice once again sounded out in the sky, causing Lin Ling's pupils to narrow. Others could seize their qualifications? But the others were accustomed to this. Only they knew that this was indeed the rule of the semi-finals of the proud Son of Heaven list. After all, climbing up the 100,000-foot platform did not mean everything. Some Sky Pride's movement techniques were weak, and it was not impossible for them to fail on the 100,000-foot platform. Therefore, the 7 profound martial house would give them a chance to challenge the Sky Prides on the platform and seize their qualifications. Of course, the 7 profound martial house was also very fair. If a challenger wanted to seize their qualifications, they would first have to withstand 3 moves from their opponent. After all, their opponent had ascended the 100,000-foot platform, so they naturally had priority. Otherwise, if they did not ascend the 100,000-foot platform and challenge the Sky Prides below, wouldn't that be very advantageous? Of the 120 Sky Prides on the platform, others can challenge them twice. Moreover, the challenger cannot blame others for their deaths. The ancient voice sounded out again. If a challenger overestimated their strength and was obliterated, then they could not blame others. But those who accepted the challenge did not need to. If they admitted defeat, then they did not need to die. This was also one of the advantages of ascending the 100,000-foot platform. The crowd began to talk. Those Sky Prides that had failed stared at the 120 Sky Prides. They still had a chance, so they would not miss it. Among those 120 Sky Prides, there were definitely some who were weak. For instance, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. Lin Ling is one of them. Lai Qing is also one, and there is also He Tianping. These Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Prides should be the weakest. Chapter 845. A Soft Persimmon? I'll go first. I challenge Lai Qing. On the ground, a figure rose from the ground and shot up into the sky. The flames and lightning around the 100,000-foot stage also disappeared, allowing him to easily land on the martial stage. This person was obviously not proficient in movement techniques, so he had been waiting below the martial stage, waiting to take advantage of the geniuses on the martial stage. Challenging me? To make an example out of you, I'll definitely kill you. The genius named Lai Qing said coldly. His heart was burning with anger. The fact that his opponent had challenged him in front of so many people meant that he was the weakest, and it had humiliated him. You're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're not qualified. The challenger was not afraid at all, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The 10,000 zhang platform was very large. The others came to the edge of the martial platform and watched quietly. Lin Ling glanced over and was not very interested. Both sides were too weak and did not enter his eyes. Moreover, he could see that Lai Qing was about to lose. Rumble. Sure enough, Lai Qing was defeated by the challenger. The challenger's movement techniques were weak, but his attacks were powerful. 60% true intent of martial arts. Amazing. The crowd was shocked. The first challenger had succeeded. My turn. Then, the second challenger stepped onto the stage. His gaze swept across the 120 geniuses, and the crowd was filled with anticipation. Who would he challenge? Currently, Lin Ling is the weakest, but Lin Ling is also the most mysterious. For safety's sake, I'll challenge an opponent I'm familiar with. Who you, accept my challenge. The challenger finally chose his opponent. His opponent was a relatively low-profile genius. After hearing the challenge, he slowly stepped forward and said, "You're going to die." Then, a powerful aura erupted. The genius was actually at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had been hiding his strength. Oh no. The challenger was shocked. He wanted to give up, but it was too late. He was killed by the genius. Those who dared to challenge others had to be prepared to die. After all, the geniuses who had stepped onto the stage had also gone through the trials of the 7 mystical flames and lightning. Sometimes, the world was fair. The first challenger has died. Many people were secretly shocked, but they did not think much of it. Instead, they were looking forward to the next challenger. Swoosh. Swoosh. At the same time, 2 figures leaped from the ground and turned into streaks of light, appearing on the stage. These 2 geniuses seemed to be in a hurry, and were trying to seize the opportunity to fight. That was why they appeared on the stage. They knew that many geniuses among the 120 geniuses were the strongest, and there were only a few weak geniuses. If they missed the opportunity, they would benefit from the others. However, these 2 geniuses, who were they going on the stage? Many people became curious. The 2 people turned their gazes, and without any hesitation, they said at the same time, "Lin Ling." No way, they're all challenging Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. The 2 of them did not seem to want to miss out on the weakest opponent, so they chose Lin Ling as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Of course, on the surface, Lin Ling was indeed the weakest. Me? Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect himself to be so popular. 2 people wanted to challenge him at the same time. Did he really look like a pushover? You 2 seem to be in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Don't you know that I'm invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm after defeating the top 200 geniuses? Lin Ling asked doubtfully. Huh, are you trying to scare us? The 2 of them exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter at the same time. I know that you've defeated the dark horse of the prodigy ranking, Lightning Lord Ing, and that you're invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, that was a few months ago. For a prodigy, a few months is more than enough time for them to grow stronger. Lin Ling shook his head. Was he trying to scare them? He said coldly, "You might die if you challenge me. Why would you be afraid of death if you dare to come up here? Besides, you don't have the strength. You'll be humiliated by me." Huh, mad god Lin Ling. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. It'll be satisfying to humiliate you. One of them said disdainfully. I'm a supporter of the second dream. You've blasphemed her. So, even if you didn't come up here today, I would still teach you a lesson. The other person said coldly. He looked at the second dream as if he wanted to get her attention. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. If they wanted to die, so be it. Only one of you can go up. If Lin Ling wins, the second person can continue to challenge. Who will go first? The ancient voice sounded again. It was Elder Dao's voice. He was the host of the semi-finals. The two of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. After all, they came together. There was no way to tell who would go first. No need to split. Both of you can go together. All right. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The two of them narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight both of them at the same time. How arrogant. Although Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, that was in the preliminary round, not now. I can't see myself clearly. Host Elder, if the two of us can't control our strength and kill Lin Ling, will we be disqualified? One of them said coldly. He wanted to show off in front of the second dream, but Lin Ling looked down on him. We won't be disqualified. All right. Before Elder Dao could say anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. All right, Lin Ling, don't blame us. All right. The second dream. He slapped you 3 times. I'll slap him 10 times for you. Yes. The two of them spoke, making the crowd look forward to the battle. The two of them were in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm and were quite strong. They were confident that Lin Ling would be able to fight both of them. Would it be an exciting battle? All right. If you can defeat Lin Ling, I promise to watch the sunset with you. Yes. At the same time, the second dream's calm voice sounded from the battle stage. Her face was expressionless. She also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. Thank you. Yes. The chosen who was secretly in love with second dream couldn't help but be delighted. His fighting spirit soared as he stepped forward. According to the rules, the challenger has to face 3 attacks from you. Hurry up and use those 3 attacks. When it's over, I'm going to humiliate you. Yes. The other person sneered and stepped forward, standing proudly in front of Lin Ling Bang. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He stepped forward and threw out a punch. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or martial intent. Those who saw Lin Ling fight for the first time shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. Too weak. Before the punch even reached one of them, that person shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling was weaker than he thought. He had dozens of ways to dodge the punch and hundreds of ways to block it. If the challenger didn't have to give him 3 moves, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. Chapter 846. The second round bang. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's fist easily landed on the man's stomach. Time seemed to have stopped. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the scene, not knowing what had happened. However, in the next moment, with a boom, the man's body exploded and turned into dust. It was as if he had been hit by a battering ram. What? The crowd's eyes widened. What a terrifying fist. The other challenger's pupils shrank. The previous challenger's strength was similar to his, but he hadn't been able to block a single punch. If he had been the one to block it, the result would have been the same. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He seemed to be at the Middle Emperor's spirit realm, but he seemed to have a strength that he couldn't understand. Retreat! He roared in his heart. He no longer had the will to fight. However, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Ling took a step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground of the martial arts platform. Then, he swung his palm out like a shadow. Pa! As if he had been blown away by a strong wind, the challenger flew backwards and crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a terrifying slap, full of strength. In order to obtain the attention of the second dream, you want to slap me 3 times? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He stepped forwards and appeared on top of the man. He grabbed him and slapped him again. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. A massive amount of teeth and blood flew out from his nose, causing the hearts of those below to fiercely tremble. Especially the disciples of the 7 profound martial house. It was as if they had seen the return of the mad god Lin Ling. It had to be known that after Lin Ling had stepped onto the martial stage, because he had been too low-key, they had all thought that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end. But now, that frivolous figure had appeared in their hearts once again. If they wanted to humiliate that figure, they would have to pay the price. You said that I was trying to intimidate you. My strength was very strong several months ago, but now I am no longer your match. Then let me ask you, where did your teeth and blood come from? Pa! With another slap, the challenger was rendered speechless and unable to resist. Slap me 3 times? I'll slap you 10 times. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of a slap rang out on the stage, causing the 120 geniuses on the stage to furrow their brows. This Lin Ling was stronger than they'd expected. It was likely that there would be few who could match him in the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. You want to humiliate me so that you can watch the sunset as promised by the second dream? Pa! With the final slap, the challenger seemed to have been struck by a terrifying gust of wind. His entire body exploded, turning into dust. One had to know that this was Lin Ling's 10 million points of strength eruption. It was comparable to the damage brought about by martial intent. How could those 2 people block it? At this point, the 2 geniuses who challenged Lin Ling were dead. Moreover, the 2 of them were challenging him together. The crowd was silent. This result was beyond their expectations. After all, if Lin Ling won with all his strength, they would not be surprised. However, Lin Ling seemed to have relied on some strange power to defeat his opponent. This was something that no one could have imagined. Moreover, all of this was very ironic. Those 2 thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and the easiest to bully, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Physical strength. It seems to be the martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land has geniuses who cultivate the physical body. This is really rare. In the distance, the various martial arts palaces' palace masters were indifferently commenting. With their experience, they could naturally see that Lin Ling was able to win because of his physical strength. Of course, they were not able to clearly see the extent of his physical strength. After all, the distance was too far, and Lin Ling did not erupt with his full strength. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, this was the Rainforest Holy Land. They had always disdained the cultivation methods of the Water Moon Holy Land. Moreover, they guessed that Lin Ling might have luckily obtained an incomplete cultivation method and cultivated his physical body, temporarily increasing his strength. Unfortunately, to cultivate the physical body, one must first have a strong physical foundation, such as a Xiantian body. Secondly, one must have a powerful cultivation method. To cultivate the physical body halfway, this kind of martial arts path would not go far. It was a pity that they did not know that Lin Ling already had a strong physical foundation. Moreover, he had the powerful physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect, the Xiantian Qi technique. In fact, in the Rainforest Holy Land, there are also people who cultivate the physical body. However, because there is no follow-up cultivation method, it is strenuous and unrewarding. In the end, they chose to give up. Lin Ling is so silly to waste time cultivating the physical body. He doesn't even know that it is superfluous. The second dream looked at Lin Ling indifferently, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd was thinking and walked back slowly. Now that Lin Ling had challenged two challengers at the same time, no one could challenge him anymore. His qualifications had been confirmed. After that, the geniuses continued to step onto the stage and challenge their opponents. After a full 2 hours, the challenges finally ended. The first round of assessment has ended. The number of participants remains the same. Next up is the second round of assessment. The ancient voice sounded again. The 120 participating geniuses had to go through assessment and elimination. The winners would move forward, while the losers would be ranked according to their ranking. The second round of assessment is a test of attack, defense, and movement. The ancient voice sounded out again. Attack, defense, and movement were the necessary advantages of a chosen genius. Although they did not represent the complete strength of a chosen genius, they were still able to objectively determine whether or not a chosen genius had the qualifications to enter the proud Son of Heaven role. The 7 Profound Martial House was a martial arts palace. They focused on cultivating chosen geniuses, and naturally valued the advantages of a chosen genius. In fact, the other martial arts palaces were also like this. The proud Son of Heaven role preliminaries and semifinals all had such assessments. A chosen genius, no matter how high their cultivation is, if their attack is weak, their defense is weak, and their movement is slow, then they are not qualified to be a chosen genius. In the past, in the semifinals of our Howling Sky Academy's Proud Son of Heaven role, there was once a chosen genius who scored full marks in all 3 assessments. In the 7 Profound Martial House, besides the second dream, I fear that no one else will be able to achieve full marks. The crowd was filled with anticipation. The semifinals were becoming more and more exciting. In the 7 martial arts palaces, the chosen geniuses were cheering again and again, cheering for the chosen geniuses that they favored. Of course, most of them supported the second dream. After all, a beautiful young girl was attractive, and with her formidable strength, she was even more attractive. Besides the second dream, young Master Tang also had many supporters. Most of them were young girls. These 2 people were the most qualified to obtain full marks in all 3 assessments. Lin Ling, you can do it. Lin Ling naturally had his own supporters. Besides the Fire Ancient Clan and Old Sword, there were many people from the ancient Dao Martial Palace who supported him. The most outstanding of them all was the Heavenly Concubine. The Heavenly Concubine naturally would not make a mistake in the semifinals of the 7 Profound Martial House. Junior apprentice sister, that Lin Ling of yours will not lose in the second round. He will at least make it to the third round. On the side, Yang Gan smiled as he looked ahead. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than his, Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength might be below young Master Tang's, but it wouldn't be by much. He definitely won't lose. The Heavenly Concubine had a deep confidence in Lin Ling. Besides the ancient Dao Martial Palace, there were also many young girls from the other martial arts palaces that supported Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had taken the second dream from them, and that frivolous shadow had been left in their hearts. Chapter 847. True Intent Puppet, the Second Dream, I will surpass you. Tang Tianshu stood amongst the 120 sky prides. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the second dream. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent and pride. Among all the sky prides, his only opponent was the second dream. The rest were all ants and mediocre. The crowd's hearts trembled when they heard those words. As expected of the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu. He was so arrogant that it seemed like he wanted to surpass the second dream. If he could surpass the second dream, perhaps young Master Tang would be able to attract the attention of the second dream. However, while many people were looking at the second dream looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, don't lose in the second round. What? Many people were shocked. The second dream seemed to value Lin Ling a lot. However, this was normal. Lin Ling had destroyed the second dream in the past, causing the second dream to lose face. Today, the second dream naturally wanted to avenge itself. However, could Lin Ling reach the level of the second dream? Although Lin Ling had easily defeated 2 Sky Prides, those 2 were only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Prides. Now, Lin Ling was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. I will not lose here. I will still give you 3 slaps. Lin Ling said softly in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling seemed to think that he would be facing the second dream in the end. Moreover, he was going to destroy the second dream again. If that was the case, the second dream would lose face. Arrogant as always. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. The 120 Sky Prides had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had stolen their limelight and turned them into supporting characters. Among them, young Master Tang was the angriest. He proudly told the second dream that he would surpass the second dream. However, the second dream ignored him and spoke to Lin Ling instead. This was a great humiliation. Lin Ling, you are just a piece of trash. Arrogant without strength. Be careful not to humiliate yourself. Tang Tianshu said coldly to Lin Ling, You better not meet me, or you will die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Today, he had come for the second dream. However, Tang Tianshu had overestimated himself and taught him a lesson. In addition to the grudge between him and Tang Tianshu, there was no need for him to show any mercy. As long as he saw him, he would kill. You! Tang Tianshu angrily roared. Lin Ling's words were light and carefree, as if he could kill him as easily as killing a dog. This sort of contempt made him feel even more uncomfortable. What qualifications did a trash at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm have to say such words? The Purgatory Channel has opened. All participants, enter. Remember, the test will be life-threatening. If you do not dare, you may forfeit now. At this moment, Elder Dao's cold and emotionless voice sounded out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, above the 100,000-foot-high stage, a pitch-black channel appeared. It seemed to lead to the depths of hell, incomparably mysterious. All participating Sky Prides, step into the Purgatory Channel. The vast voice was like a bell announcing the start of the battle. It rang out once more. The 120 Sky Prides proudly looked at the pitch-black channel and proudly strode in. Many of them would be eliminated, and some would rise, but they had confidence in themselves. The Purgatory Channel, the back garden of the 7 profound martial houses, first-generation martial house master. There are many mysterious and strange things inside. Outside the stage, the eyes of the experts from various factions shimmered. Furthermore, more and more people were arriving. Even the 4 desolate races had people secretly arriving. No one even knew that in the churning dark clouds in the sky, there was a mysterious eye watching. The powerhouses were all looking forward to seeing how many geniuses would rise, and how their names would shake the rainforest holy land in the future. There was an ancient saying that one should not bully a poor youth. Although these Sky Prides had not yet reached their heights, no one could guarantee that they would not surpass them in the future. Not only that, but those peak Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Prides also had dignified expressions. Each new generation would surpass the previous. Of the 120 Sky Prides, many of them would step into their circle. The test, begin. A voice sounded out in the sky. The clouds billowed, and the scene of the Purgatory Channel appeared. There were 120 Sky Prides standing there, and in front of them was a channel that was like a void, full of mysteries. All participating Sky Prides must reach the end within an incense stick of time. The rules appeared at the same time. Of course, everyone knew that this was not as simple as it seemed. The true meaning puppet is about to appear? Someone said with a dignified expression. The true meaning puppet was said to be a mystical object that the 7 profound martial house's first-generation martial house master had brought back from the outside. It was a kind of wooden puppet that was as hard as iron. What was most shocking was that these wooden puppets possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. "I'll go first." Under countless eyes, the second dream's proud voice sounded out. She knew that today, all the martial house masters of the major martial arts halls had come to see her. Therefore, she naturally had to seize the glory of being first. After that, she stepped into the spatial passageway. Caw caw caw. At the same time, there was a sound that made one's heart tremble with fear. Tall, ancient wooden puppets appeared. They were purple in color and emitted a sharp light. They seemed to have a spirit of their own as they threw themselves at the second dream. A true meaning puppet's strength is at the late Emperor's spirit realm, and it also possesses the true meaning of a martial artist. I fear that even an ordinary late Emperor's spirit realm martial artist would not be a match for it. Some powerful martial artists muttered to themselves, their complexions dignified. A true meaning puppet wasn't terrifying, but there was more than one in this examination. This meant that the second dream would have to face a massive number of late Emperor Spirit Realm masters, and also masters that possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. What is the second dream doing? Someone asked as they looked at the void channel in the sky. They saw the second dream quietly standing there, motionless like a goddess from the highest heavens. If she doesn't hurry through the channel, then more and more true meaning puppets will appear. The top proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house all had dignified expressions. They didn't understand what the second dream was doing. In the past, when they had gone through the examination, most of them had quickly passed through the channel, not like the second dream. Night. At this moment, a billowing pitch-black color filled the air, as if night had fallen. This deep black was even thicker than the void, and all light was sucked in. The second dream's talent king body. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They had finally seen the second dream's talent king body. It was night, it was truly mysterious. Chi. After all the true meaning puppets touched the dark night, they began to corrode. The second dream was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Her long black dress fluttered in the air, sacred and dignified, pure and noble. The second dream has passed. In an incense stick of time, she has cut down 3,999 true meaning puppets. At this moment, Old Saber's dignified voice sounded out. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. 3,999. This meant that second dream had annihilated over 3,000 experts at the advanced stage of the Emperor's spirit realm with a single attack. That was an extremely terrifying strength. Tianlin, this is the first record of the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 848. Terrifying results, hehe, forget it. Tianlin said proudly as he sipped his tea. Today was his disciple's stage. Not only was his disciple going to break the record, he was going to make a name for himself in the rainforest sacred land. The second person, Tong Qianjun. Elder Dao's voice rang out again. The second genius stepped out. Although the test was done one by one, each test only took an incense stick's worth of time. Thus, the entire process wasn't that long. True meaning of 100 years. The genius wasn't weak. He stepped out and released his true meaning of martial. It was a 50% true meaning of martial. He wasn't as carefree as the second dream, waiting for the true meaning puppets to arrive. Instead, he stepped into the void tunnel and sprinted madly, trying to reach the end as soon as possible. Caw caw caw. However, more and more true meaning puppets appeared in the void tunnel, causing him to run out of spiritual chi. In the end, he was defeated and ran in the opposite direction. After all, if he didn't run, he would be surrounded and killed by the true meaning puppets. Although the true meaning puppet's true meaning of martial wasn't as strong as his, there were too many of them. His true meaning of martial couldn't hold on. This person failed. Many people shook their heads. This was the reason for his unstable foundation. If that person's foundation was stable, how could he run out of spiritual qi? After that, one after another, the geniuses stepped onto the stage. Some of them failed, and some of them even died in the spatial passageway. However, many of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses managed to pass. They looked at the geniuses who had failed with disdainful smiles on their faces. Whether one was a dragon or a snake, the test would determine everything. 3,999? I'll surpass her. Not long after, it was Tang Tianshu's turn. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with arrogance. The appearance of the Emperor Elixir Fire made him look like the Fire Emperor. This made many people look forward to him. After all, he was the strongest genius below the second dream. Until the end of time. Boom! Terrifying flames bloomed, filling the entire tunnel with golden flames. Many strong cultivators narrowed their eyes. What a powerful true meaning of fire. This kid was indeed worthy of the title of 18 young masters. Whoosh! Soon, the incense sticks time was up. Tang Tianshu rushed to the end, 3,124 true meaning puppets. Not long after, Elder Dao announced the results, which made many people gasp. Although it was not as dazzling as the results of the second dream, it was still enough to crush all the geniuses. On the other side, the people from the great Tang Empire also laughed proudly. These were the heavenly geniuses of their ancient country. Is that all? Tang Tianshu shook his head in dissatisfaction. He was still one step away from the miracle of the second dream, but then he smiled again. At least for now, he was ranked second. His gaze passed through the void passageway and looked at the remaining prodigies. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Lin Ling, don't die under the true intent puppet. Now that he had obtained the results he was proud of, he wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be proud of in front of him. The remaining geniuses went through the test one after another. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. The spectators were in an uproar. So far, none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses had passed. All of them had failed. Would Lin Ling be the first? He's at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. He can fight against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but if he's fighting against thousands of true intent puppets at the same time, he'll definitely lose. Some people were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. On the other hand, those who supported Lin Ling were incomparably nervous. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he stepped into the void passageway. At the same time, Elder Dao's voice sounded, Lin Ling, if you can't win, quickly leave the void passageway. Although Elder Dao gave off a cold and emotionless feeling, he still reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. He immediately nodded and said, Thank you, Elder Dao. With that, he stepped into the void passageway. Ka ka ka. A large number of true meaning puppets appeared, densely packed and intimidating. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see what capabilities Lin Ling had to face the true meaning puppets. However, in the void passageway, Lin Ling still stood there quietly. He did not prepare any powerful martial arts. Instead, he took out the large sword on his back. This kid is crazy. Is he trying to learn the second dream? Many people were shocked. The second dream had been like this before, waiting for the arrival of the true meaning puppets. Lin Ling was the same. However, was Lin Ling qualified to compete with the second dream? He's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. In the void passageway, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He did not run, nor did he use any martial arts. He simply held his large sword and walked forward proudly. That figure in blue and white robes had an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Countless people held their breaths. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Was he courting death? Ka ka ka. But soon, a large number of true meaning puppets drowned Lin Ling. There were too many of them, densely packed, like a sea of puppets. He's dead. He's surrounded in the middle and has no strength to fight back. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Lin Ling was drowned by the true meaning puppets. No matter how strong he was, he would die. After all, the second dream did not dare to be drowned by the true meaning puppets. Instead, it used its strongest trump card before the true meaning puppets arrived. That's all you've got? Tang Tianshu sneered with disdain, his heart filled with gratitude. Schwa. Right at this moment, there was a sudden change in the group of true intent puppets. A sword with a domineering and majestic aura slashed out horizontally. Wherever it passed, wood splinters flew everywhere. Those true intent puppets were all slashed apart. It felt as though the true intent puppets weren't humans but demonic beasts. What? The crowd went silent. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Xiao. Within the void passageway, the great sword was so majestic that none of the true meaning puppets could block it. Within the endless sea of puppets, a man and a sword quietly appeared. Just like that, he gripped the sword and walked towards the end step by step. He still did not run wildly, nor did he use any movement techniques. He just walked forward proudly. When the true meaning puppets arrived, they were all killed with a single sword. He didn't use his king physique or true meaning martial intent. He relied on that sword. That sword is a little strange. The eyes of the experts from the various halls widened. Lin Ling could be considered the most relaxed person in the true meaning puppets assessment. That calmness was enough to give all the geniuses a slap in the face. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Ling, pass. Killed 3127 true meaning puppets. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. Lin Ling had become the first Emperor Spirit Realm genius to pass the assessment, and 3 more than Tang Tianshu. He was currently in second place. The experts outside still felt that this was a dream. After all, Lin Ling had passed too easily. Impossible. Tang Tianshu roared with unwillingness. Previously, he was arrogant and complacent, thinking that he was the #1 genius below the second dream. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would emerge as a dark horse and surpass him? This was like a resounding slap to his face. Moreover, anyone could see that Lin Ling could have killed even more true meaning puppets because Lin Ling had reached the end before an incense stick's time was up. If he waited longer like the second dream, he might even surpass the second dream. Lin Ling's result was terrifying. Chapter 849. Misty Ripple Mountain Test. Did his strength come from that sword? It must be a spiritual weapon. The second dream was also shocked, but she stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. She guessed that Lin Ling had passed so calmly because of that sword. However, her guess was right. Lin Ling had not used his full strength before. He had relied on his physical strength of 10 million and the tyrannical song sword strength of 10 million to pass easily. Wait, host, this is not fair. We think that Lin Ling should be disqualified. After all, he passed with his sword. Yes. Many of the eliminated geniuses said unwillingly. Lin Ling had passed with his sword. How could they be willing to accept that? Evaluating the strength of geniuses, they have king physique, martial arts foundation, soul power, and weapons. Therefore, Lin Ling has passed. He deserves it. Elder Dao's expressionless voice sounded. It was ridiculous. These geniuses had used their weapons to face the true meaning puppet, but they did not say that they were not qualified. But Lin Ling had used his weapon to face the true meaning puppet, and because he had passed, they said that Lin Ling was not qualified. How ironic. But our weapons are not as powerful as his. Yes. There were still some geniuses who were unwilling to accept this. Get lost. Yes. Elder Dao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Many people outside also laughed. These geniuses who didn't pass were indeed very embarrassed. Was it because their weapons weren't as powerful as Lin Ling's, so they couldn't accept it? They could only blame themselves for not obtaining a powerful weapon. They could not blame anyone else. This time, 98 people have passed. Prepare for the test. Yes. Elder Dao's voice sounded, causing many to sigh. The second test was indeed difficult. More than 30 geniuses had been eliminated. Lin Ling, you have an unfair advantage. If not for that sword, you would not have been able to surpass me. Yes. Among the geniuses who had passed, Tang Tianshu and the others looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. That's right, Lin Ling. If you have the ability, don't use your sword. The other geniuses were naturally dissatisfied. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling slowly put the tyrant song on his back. He didn't even look at the other geniuses. His indifferent attitude caused the other geniuses to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was so hateful. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he had shone so brightly just now, humiliating them. Now, he even dared to mock them as trash. Next, there will be movement techniques and defense. I hope you won't lose. The late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the semi-finals, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He didn't care at all. His goal this time was the second dream, so he didn't have the time to care about other people. However, if these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies pushed him too far, he wasn't afraid to fight them. Those who pass the test will pass through the Purgatory Passage and head to the Misty Wave Mountain. The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The 98 geniuses walked through the Purgatory Passage. The spectators' eyes flickered. The 98 geniuses had already been determined. They wondered how many of them would fail the speed test. Among them, the second dream was still above everyone's heads. Ironically, the second place was Lin Ling, the only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. That kid's sword was very mysterious, and his physical strength was also very strong. They wondered if he could pass the speed test. On an ancient mountain peak, 98 geniuses stood quietly. At this moment, they were standing at the peak of the clouds. White clouds drifted in the distance, creating a majestic scene. Look, there's light over there. Suddenly, someone pointed at the horizon. There was a large patch of clouds emitting a golden light. It was extremely extraordinary. Those who reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. The ancient voice rang out. This was the speed test. Those who successfully reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. It's simple. One of the geniuses was full of confidence. He stepped into the void and shot towards the Misty Wave Mountain. That's Zhang Ning. He has the Light King physique. He specializes in speed. The crowd cheered again and again. In their eyes, Zhang Ning's speed was as fast as light. It was obvious that he had cultivated the true intent of martial to the point of perfection. Just from this speed alone, they could see that Zhang Ning's strength was extraordinary. And judging by his speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the Misty Wave Mountain. Maybe he would get first place. Roar! 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 At this moment, demonic chi rolled out from the Misty Wave Mountain. A huge patch of white clouds rushed towards that genius. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a white cloud, but a large number of white beetles. The beetles' wings were white and their bodies were bright. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed. Moreover, those beetles were very fast. They wrapped around that genius and swallowed him whole in the blink of an eye. Misty Wave bloodthirsty beetles. I forgot that the Misty Wave Mountain is where the Misty Wave bloodthirsty beetles reside. Some of the spectators' pupils shrank, as if they had thought of something. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. What a terrifying monster insect. It was said that the Purgatory Channel and Misty Wave Mountain were brought back by the 7 Profound Martial House's first martial house master. If he could bring back such a mysterious and terrifying place, then his strength must have reached the heavens. There are so many of those insects. I fear that even a saint spirit powerhouse wouldn't dare to face them. The faces of the geniuses on the mountain peak changed. One of them said with a dignified expression. Everyone glanced at him. This person was Yu Fanzi. He was ranked below young Master Tang, and many people even thought that he was slightly stronger than young Master Tang. It was just that this person was relatively low-key, so not many people knew of him. If it weren't for the fact that he had defeated a peak Emperor Spirit-ranked genius 2 months ago, no one would have known of him. Then how do we pass? Another genius asked from the side. This person was Zhong Lingshan, and his strength was incomparably formidable. He was an existence that none of the other geniuses dared to underestimate. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Insect. It is a bloodthirsty insect, and it can change shape. It can drill into a person's body and swallow them. But it has a special characteristic, and that is that it relies on sensing spiritual energy to capture its prey. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the second dream. Many geniuses' eyes flashed. The second dream was truly worthy of being called the second dream. She seemed to know many things. The second dream, what do you mean? One of the geniuses looked at the second dream and respectfully asked. The second dream's black hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a black cloak behind her. She looked like a woman, but she had a valiant aura. Without speaking, she took a step forward and shot forward. She's crazy. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, everyone had seen that rashly appearing in the sky would cause one to be swallowed up by the misty wave bloodthirsty insects. But now, the second dream was actually going to die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Indeed, when those white clouds shrouded over, the misty wave bloodthirsty insects sensed the spiritual energy and came rolling over. At the same time, the second dream stopped in her tracks. Her delicate body sank, and she appeared on a mountain peak in front of her. Those misty wave bloodthirsty insects circled in the sky, but they gradually dispersed as if they didn't notice the second dream. I understand now. As long as we are not in the clouds, the misty wave bloodthirsty insects won't be able to detect us when we step on the ground. One of the geniuses' eyes flashed. The journey from here to the misty wave cloud was long, but there were many towering mountain peaks along the way. Then, they could use the mountain peaks as a foothold. Chapter 850. Transcendence Whoosh. 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 Lin Ling, your sword is very powerful, but your movement techniques aren't. I look forward to seeing you die to the smoke bloodthirsty bugs. Tang Tianshu glanced at Lin Ling, then turned into a golden flame and shot forward as well. The other geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but his results were better than theirs. This made them jealous, but they could definitely stop Lin Ling here. After all, they had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to specialize in movement techniques. The semifinals are for those at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. You're too weak. Just admit defeat. With that, the Sky Prides all shot forward. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He ignored them for the time being, but his eyes were still fixed on the front. Lin Ling, the smoke bloodthirsty bugs are hard to guard against. If you think you can't reach the finish line, just give up. You can participate in the semi-finals next time. After everyone left, a red-robed girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize that there was someone he knew in the semi-finals. She was the disciple of Elder Long Dan, the alchemist of Linglong Valley. Senior Sister thank you. Lin Ling said with a smile. His heart felt warm. Because of the second dream, the others were hostile towards him. He was also very happy to see a friend. Then I'll go first. Go. Hong patted Lin Ling's shoulder and said valiantly. Then, she floated past and appeared on a mountain peak in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't move forward. Instead, he used the Eye of Time. From here to the finish line, speed was the key. However, no matter how fast one was, they couldn't avoid encountering the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Therefore, the real key was those mountain peaks. Only by knowing where the mountain peaks were located could one reach the finish line faster. Wait, those mountains can move. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In the vast sea of clouds, the towering mountain peaks were moving. Some of the geniuses who had reached the front were unable to move forward because of the movement of the mountain peaks, causing them to lose their footing. Of course, there were also people who risked their lives and flew a long distance from the mountain peak they were on to the next mountain peak. And this depended on the sharpness of the movement technique and luck. If one's movement technique was sharp, they could safely reach the next mountain peak before the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. If one's luck was too bad, the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects would linger nearby. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would still fall. Another prodigy has fallen. The crowd looked at the scene on Misty Wave Mountain and sighed. Indeed, it was not easy to rise up in the vast rainforest Holy Land. As for the geniuses who had not fallen, they were trapped in the same place, quietly waiting for the moving mountain peaks to arrive. Among them, Hong was the same, as was Tang Tianshu and the rest. As for the second dream, she was still at the front, radiating a dazzling light. Obviously, her movement technique was not weak. In addition, there was another prodigy who was following closely behind. That person's movement technique was extremely powerful. That person's movement technique seemed to be able to cross the void. One moment one saw a shadow, the next moment, it disappeared. It was very strange. Moreover, that prodigy was a female. Although her appearance was not comparable to the second dream, she was still the center of attention. Her name was Shiman Chenshur. Indeed, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the semi-finals. All the prodigies have gone out, but Lin Ling doesn't seem to dare to move. Indeed, he has reached his limit. The crowd looked around and found that Lin Ling was still standing in the same place. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling. As for the Sword Elder and the rest, they were frowning. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling did not seem to be good at movement techniques. His strong point was his attack power. Trash. Tang Tianshu had already reached the first half. He turned around and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He could not help but smile proudly. In the previous attack assessment, Lin Ling was above him, which made him very unhappy. Now, he could finally hold his head high. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still motionless. He quietly looked at the mountain peak in front of him. The Eye of Time suddenly allowed him to understand the trajectory of the mountain peak. He even saw how the prodigies in the past reached the end. Trash, like you should stop before you go too far. After a long time, a calm voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be going out to battle. Moreover, he seemed to be saying that the prodigies in front of him were trash. Lin Ling, what arrogance! The crowd's faces stiffened. As for the prodigies in front of Lin Ling, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling called them trash. Swoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward. What was surprising was that his speed was not fast at all. You dare to be arrogant with such speed? One of the prodigies couldn't help but coldly shout. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling rushed forward again, reaching the third mountain peak. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Many people looked at Lin Ling's figure, and their complexions suddenly became dignified. Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but the route he took was different. There were many mountain peaks and many footholds. Even if his speed was not fast, Lin Ling could still catch up with others. After all, although others were fast, they still needed to wait for the mountain peak to move in front of them. This would take time. Fierce, this boy's insight is incomparably terrifying. The martial house masters of the 7 martial halls praised. Lin Ling did not display any sharp movement martial arts, but he was able to see through the mysteries of heaven and see through the moving mountain peaks. This sort of alternative method of passing the assessment was enough to create the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house. Moreover, this also made many people wonder. Did the speed assessment have to be fast? Did one have to reach the late Emperor Spirit Realm? Bastard! The prodigies all roared. It was very ironic. They had sharp movement martial arts, but Lin Ling did not. Yet, he was above their heads. This slap was still very loud. They couldn't help but think of Lin Ling's words. You trash should stop before you go too far. Trash. Looking at them now, they really were trash. This Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's complexion was also incomparably ugly. He was one of the 18 young masters, but Lin Ling had repeatedly stolen his limelight, causing him to seethe with anger. Lin Ling has already rushed to the front. He's getting closer and closer to second place Shimin Chinshur. The crowd stared at that frivolous figure, their hearts filled with excitement. Would Lin Ling become the first prodigy to pass the speed assessment at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm? And if he keeps up his speed, it's not impossible for him to catch up to the second dream. Many people looked at the scene at Misty Wave Mountain, and then gasped in shock. The light that Lin Ling bloomed was too terrifying. No one could see through him. With me here, do you really think you can surpass me? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded not too far away from Lin Ling. It was Zhong Lingshan. This person was currently ranked 3rd, but Lin Ling was about to surpass him. But Lin Ling was someone he had met not too long ago. He had easily defeated Sui Kong, and had even used his status as an elder to force him to lower his noble head. But after thinking about it, he was furious. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash that used his status as an elder to show off. If they really fought, he could easily obliterate Lin Ling. Chapter 851. Seize the number 1 inch, get the hell down here. Zhong Lingshan's right hand stretched out in the air and suddenly grabbed a spear. He looked at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was and threw it. Rumble. The purpose of the long spear was very sinister. It wasn't aimed at Lin Ling, but at the mountain where Lin Ling was standing. This way, Lin Ling would stop in his tracks. Good. Many sky prides couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Zhong Lingshan also laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's arrogant steps had been stopped by him. Huh, you dare to be arrogant in front of us? The other sky prides laughed and attacked from afar. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they could still cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. What right did he have to be arrogant in front of them? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't rely on his strength to suppress them, but on unorthodox methods. Therefore, they were even more dissatisfied. Boom! The mountain beneath Lin Ling's feet exploded, causing his eyes to turn cold. A trace of killing intent finally appeared. Today, his only goal was the second dream. He couldn't be bothered with the others. However, for the first time, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. Because he had kept a low profile, his opponents had gone too far. Because he had kept a low profile, the others thought that Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and wasn't strong at all. Therefore, they could bully him whenever they wanted. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these sky prides. Lin Ling. At this moment, a red figure flew over from afar. It was senior sister Hunger. In order to help Lin Ling, she had risked her life to fly over from the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Then, she wrapped around Lin Ling and flew towards another mountain. The two of them finally landed safely on the mountain. What a lucky junior. Many geniuses coldly remarked. Although they had vented their anger earlier, they were still unhappy. Lin Ling was too lucky. If it wasn't for that red-robed girl, Lin Ling might have died to the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Ling's handsome face was ice cold. Sweeping his gaze across the geniuses on the various peaks, he nodded his head slightly. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, are you all right? From the side, Hong Er's voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to withdraw the killing intent in his heart. He smiled and nodded. In truth, even without senior apprentice Sister Hong Er's help, he could have landed on another mountain peak before the misty wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. However, what he was grateful for was that senior apprentice Sister Hong had risked her life to help him. Previously, he had been lucky. The route that senior apprentice Sister Hong took didn't have any smoke wave bloodthirsty insects, but that didn't mean that he would be lucky every time. Thank you, Lin Ling said gratefully. However, Hong smiled and said, Master said to help you as much as possible in the semifinals. In addition, you are from Nimble Valley, so I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Lin Ling nodded his head gratefully again. Nimble Valley was like this. They were very protective of their own people. As long as it was an alchemist from Nimble Valley, the two Xian elders would do their best to protect them. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. What should we do now? Hong looked at Lin Ling and asked. However, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were no more peaks in front of the mountain peak he was on. There was no path to go. Then, Lin Ling's eyes quietly changed. The eye of time appeared once again, and a smile appeared on his face. Although this mountain peak seemed isolated, there was actually a shortcut that led to the end. That shortcut required one to grasp the best timing. After all, those moving peaks would only move once. If one missed it, they would have to wait for several hours. Wait, Lin Ling said lightly. Hong Er's eyes flickered, but she still believed in Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. The second dream was still the closest to the smoke wave cloud. The others were also running with all their might. According to what they knew, the speed test had a time limit. The second dream is getting closer and closer. Many people stared at the goddess-like figure of the second dream and said, Hey, Lin Ling is also moving, but he's gone crazy. There's no mountain peak in front of him, but he's actually rushing forward. At the same time, someone looked at Lin Ling and Hong Er and said, then gasped. There were no peaks in front of Lin Ling. If he rushed forward recklessly, it would be easy for him to be surrounded by the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs and die. The time is getting closer and closer. So Lin Ling is fighting with his life on the line. Some people laughed with schadenfreude. However, at this moment, one of the peaks moved strangely, as if it was summoned by Lin Ling. It mysteriously appeared in front of Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to step on it. What? Everyone outside stood up. This was too strange. Were those peaks summoned by Lin Ling? It is not a summon, but Lin Ling seems to know that there will be peaks moving from that place. The martial arts palace master said with a serious expression. This Lin Ling was so mysterious. He stepped on that peak, but more and more peaks appeared in front of him. Blood. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling did not fail. With his tenacious character, he rose again. Moreover, there were many peaks in front of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to easily rush toward the smoke wave cloud with the woman in red. Lin Ling. Yes. The second dream was the closest to the smoke wave cloud at this moment. When she looked back, her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had caught up. The other geniuses also had ugly expressions. They had framed Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated. However, who knew that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass them again? His martial arts heart was incomparably tenacious. Finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling stepped onto the golden smoke wave cloud with Hong Er. The second dream followed closely after him. However, her face was green and red. She had lost. In the speed test, she had lost to Lin Ling. In the attack test, Lin Ling was second. In the speed test, Lin Ling was first. What a result to be proud of. The crowd outside discussed animatedly. Some of the young girls were even moved. They looked at the young man on the golden clouds and a thought appeared in their minds. The king had returned. Powerful prodigies could be worshipped and admired, but prodigies who stood up from where they had fallen were the most admirable. Lin Ling had been framed and lost in the misty wave mountain. Everyone thought that he had lost his qualifications and had lost his will to fight. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass the second dream in one fell swoop? Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Many people began to cheer. No matter what, Lin Ling was the most mysterious dark horse in the semi-finals today. After a long time, the geniuses arrived at the smoke wave cloud one by one. Their faces were cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had embarrassed them again. Lin Ling, congratulations on being first. Being first in the speed test will help you a lot in the next round. Yu Fanzi looked at Lin Ling and said. His clear eyes stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then, he smiled and nodded. Although many geniuses were unhappy with him, not everyone was like that. At least, Yu Fanzi was not. Congratulations. Chapter 852. Purgatory. Of course, this was normal. Shimen Chinshur was originally a prodigy ranked below the second dream, so she was the center of attention. However, after Lin Ling's rise, her limelight faded away. Most importantly, Shimen Chinshur accepted her loss to the second dream, but she couldn't accept losing to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling did not take the other party's disdain to heart. After all, the test had only just begun. The real main battle was still at the back. You trash, you're finally here? You're so slow. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the other sky prides. His gaze landed on Zhong Lingshan. This person had harmed him before. He must be killed. Trash. The heavens' favorites' bodies began to shake in anger. However, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was swallow their anger. Lin Ling, this is only a speed test. You've won and placed me in second place. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. Second Dream stood amongst the crowd of chosen like a crane in a flock of chickens. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind as she spoke in a calm voice. She didn't seem to be angered by her loss to Lin Ling. Many people secretly admired him for his open-mindedness. After all, the glory of the speed test should have belonged to the Second Dream. I'm sorry, but you're third. Senior sister Hong is second. However, just as the Second Dream's voice fell, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also drifted out, causing the Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. That's right, she wasn't second, but third. The second person was senior sister Hong who was walking together with Lin Ling Yu. The Second Dream was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face became extremely awkward. She no longer had the generous demeanor she had before, and it was clear that she was a little angry from embarrassment. Haha. Looking at the heaven's favorite, Lin Ling laughed out loud. His voice shook the clouds, making all the heaven's favorites seethe with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the hearts of the spectators surged. Lin Ling, this eccentric, was as crazy as ever. Time passed quietly, and the speed test ended. Only 70 or so people had passed. Next was the defense test. The defense test was much simpler. After all, the following geniuses were all extremely powerful existences. Therefore, only 3 people were eliminated in the defense test. One of the geniuses with a tall and sturdy physique who looked like a Vajra descended from the heavens took first place. His name was Song Yang, and his king physique was a bell. He was extremely mysterious and rarely had any opponents in the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Next up was the third test, Purgatory Battlefield. Countless people were looking forward to it. The previous assessment had been a basic assessment, there hadn't been any battles that relied on strength. But, the following Purgatory Battlefield would be a battlefield of blood and slaughter. Geniuses were not flowers in a greenhouse. They had to experience life and death battles. Only geniuses who could experience life and death battles could become dragons among men and be reborn. In the Purgatory Battlefield, the top 20 prodigies will enter the final round. The losers will be eliminated. An ancient voice rang out, causing the 70-plus geniuses to narrow their eyes in anticipation. There are countless demonic beasts in the Purgatory Battlefield. Your test will be to see who can kill the most demonic beasts. Go in. After the final announcement, a huge black hole appeared in front of the misty cloud. An ancient bloody aura filled the air. It was violent, crazy, and terrifying. Host, I forfeit. 3 geniuses hesitated for a long time before finally giving up. Although this battle was very important and concerned their future martial path, their lives were also very important. Alright, the 3 of you are ranked below the 70+. Old Dao's voice rang out. Disdainful voices rang out from the spectators. Geniuses became stronger the more they fought. How could they give up just because of some small setbacks? Those people didn't have the qualifications to become geniuses. Trash. The remaining Sky Prides snarled coldly and then strode into the black hole. Lin Ling and Hong Er also stepped into the black hole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the other side of the void, dark clouds billowed in the sky. The earth was blood red, as if one had come to a burning hell. A bloody infernal energy filled the air, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lin Ling's body soon appeared. His feet touched the ground, his eyes faintly looking in front of him. There was no one around. It seemed that after entering the void channel, everyone had been randomly separated. In front of him, the infernal energy was extremely rich, and there were even occasional roars of demonic beasts that soared into the sky. The 7 profound martial house's first-generation martial house master is truly fierce. He actually hid such a secret land, and even raised demonic beasts in this secret land. Lin Ling secretly admired. He took out the tyrannical song sword and slowly walked forwards. Above his head, a multicolored jade card appeared. It recorded the demonic beasts that Lin Ling had killed. The Purgatory Battlefield was to see who had killed the most demonic beasts. And on that multicolored jade card, there were over 15,000 demonic beasts recorded. This meant that Lin Ling's score was currently the highest. Sure enough, in the attack test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 5,000 demonic beasts. But in the speed test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 10,000. Lin Ling thought for a moment and had a guess in his heart. This was the advantage of having the best score in the previous tests. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as he walked forwards, the mountain in front of him began to move. An ancient toad the size of a mountain appeared, its cold eyes staring at Lin Ling. It was obvious that after so many years, this was the first time that a human had entered the Purgatory Battlefield. This caused it to be restless. Looking at its aura, it's at the late Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He stepped forwards, shooting towards the ancient toad. He raised the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed down. 10 million genes of physical strength and 10 million genes of tyrannical song sword strength. An ordinary late Emperor spirit realm martial artist simply wouldn't be able to block this. Kacha. The sword fell, and the huge ancient toad was split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was as if a small mountain had crashed down. Lin Ling stood there calmly. His tyrant song sword emitted a blood-red light, and it actually absorbed the blood and flesh, turning into endless light that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was the 3rd hidden secret of the tyrannical song sword. The first was a cultivation support tool that could weigh 10 million genes at any time. The second was to allow the sword intent to appear on one's movement speed. Sword steps. The third was to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and life essence. Of the 10,000 small worlds in my body, another 3 have awakened. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He was grateful to Aunt Emo. The tyrannical song sword was practically tailor-made for Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling continued forward, constantly killing demonic beasts. At the same time, in the purgatory battlefield, everyone was doing their best to kill demonic beasts. After all, this wasn't the previous test where passing was enough. They had to rush into the top 20. Therefore, in order to obtain demonic beasts faster, many geniuses attacked each other. This was because killing each other would also give them demonic beasts. Chapter 853. Is that all you can be proud of? Hua Yutong has fallen. Poor thing. In the outer world, countless people were looking up at the sky. The entire sky was showing everything that was happening in the purgatory battlefield. The 70-plus sky prides could see everything clearly. Of course, most of their attention was on the second dream. The second dream looked like a girl, but her speed in killing demons was terrifying. Young Master Tang is not weak either. All the sky prides who encounter him will die. There's also Zhong Lingshan. He's vicious and merciless. The crowd sighed inwardly, but they didn't think much of it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weaker than others, you should just give up. If you dared to compete and fight, you couldn't blame others if you were killed. As time passed, more and more geniuses died. The crowd suddenly realized that this was actually a battlefield of slaughter. It wasn't about who killed the demonic beasts and made it into the top 20. Instead, it was about who survived until the end and became the 20th person. The sky prides in the purgatory battlefield also realized this and began to give up on killing demons. Instead, they chose to hide and wait for time to pass or assassinate others. These sky prides were very smart. Hey, Lin Ling. Many people's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling didn't hide like the other sky prides and waste time. Instead, he continued to move forward with his sword in hand, killing demons everywhere. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was very mysterious, and no one could see through him. Therefore, some people guessed that Lin Ling should be invincible in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, he was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. If he continued to move forward so arrogantly, he would sooner or later meet his end. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this at all. He continued to move forward slowly. The spectators saw that not far from Lin Ling was Shiman Chinshi. Lin Ling, be careful. Those who knew Lin Ling shouted. Unfortunately, how could their voices reach the purgatory battlefield? They could only hope that Shiman Chinshi was a girl and would let Lin Ling go. As for Lin Ling's strength, even the Sword Elder and the others weren't too sure. They guessed that he was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and that was it. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, Lin Ling was still advancing forward. However, at this moment, on top of a blood-red hill, a beautiful figure appeared, calmly looking at Lin Ling. It's you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he nodded and continued forward. You don't seem to know that the purgatory battlefield has changed. Shiman Chinshi played with the strands of hair by her ear and muttered to herself. Lin Ling paused and frowned. How did it change? It has become a battlefield of slaughter. The last 20 people will pass. Shiman Chinshi was still talking to herself. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He really didn't know about this. He then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder." No need. Shiman Chinshi looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm pretty? Compared to the second dream, who is prettier? Am I the prettiest girl you've ever seen? Her gentle smile and gentle voice made it seem like she was talking to a lover. Many people outside were stunned, but those who knew Shiman Chinshi had cold eyes. Shimin Chincher was going to kill Lin Ling. I'm sorry. To be honest, you're pretty, but you're not the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand why she would ask such a question. Hee, then I'm sorry too. You must die. Shimin Chincher's eyes finally met Lin Ling's. She didn't hide her murderous intent at all. It was hard to imagine that a girl in her early 20s could have such a strong murderous intent. However, only those who knew Shimin Chincher knew that Shimin Chincher wasn't a weak girl since she was ranked at the top of the prodigy list. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have to die. He only had to say that Shimin Chincher was the prettiest. However, Lin Ling spoke his mind. He was courting death. Why? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any feud with Shimin Chincher, but she wanted to kill him. There's no reason. If there's a reason, it's because the retard must die. The strong will walk to a higher stage. You don't have to beg for mercy. It's useless. Shimin Chincher's voice grew colder and colder. Her small feet stepped on the red ground as she walked down step by step. I know that your physical strength is strong, but your speed is your weakness. I have 100 ways to kill you. You can't escape from me. Speed. That's right. In the previous speed assessment, Shimin Chincher ranked behind the second dream. Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast at all. He won by relying on his insight into the mysteries of heaven. Many people nodded in realization. Lin Ling didn't have the power to fight back. Lin Ling was pitiful. He had 2 chances to live. First, he could hide. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked around the purgatory battlefield arrogantly. Second, he could flatter Shimin Chincher. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too sincere and told the truth. Why are you so sure that you can kill me? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. She wanted to kill him, so he wouldn't have any pity for her. I've already said it before. Shimin Chincher shook her head. She took a step forward and her body turned into an afterimage. The entire ground was filled with her shadow. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. My imperial physique is a shadow. Coupled with my martial intent, you won't be able to fight back. Shimin Chincher's arrogant voice floated out. The eyes of the spectators narrowed. Shimin Chincher was indeed powerful. If she made it to the next round of the competition, she would shine brightly. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a sword shadow shot out. It was extremely fast, like a swordsman drawing his sword. Legend had it that swordsmen didn't draw their swords. However, the moment they drew their swords, it was like a thunderbolt that could decapitate a person. However, what was terrifying was that it wasn't a sword that drew the sword, but a person. A slender figure appeared in front of Shimin Chincher. A blood-red giant sword hung in front of Shimin Chincher's neck. Sword steps. After the person appeared in front of Shimin Chincher, the cold voice was heard. It was faster than the sound waves. Is that something to be proud of? The calm voice entered Shimin Chincher's ears. Her delicate body trembled. She hadn't noticed Lin Ling's quick steps earlier. The only thing she could sense was that Lin Ling seemed to have applied his martial intent to his speed. Her martial intent was only at 70%. However, Lin Ling had surpassed her. He must have reached 80 or even 90%. It was terrifying. You said before that only my physical body is strong. My speed is my weakness. Do you still think so now? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke softly again. Shimin Chincher opened her mouth, but no words came out. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Killing her, who was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, was as easy as pie. Wait, I was wrong. Shimin Chincher said anxiously. The sword was already hanging around her neck. The cold gleam of the blade made her unable to resist. You said before that there's no need to beg for mercy. The weak must die, and the strong must move on. Chapter 854. Natural selection. Shimin Shinsher stared at the slender figure. She had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and that eliminating him would allow her to advance to the next round. However, she seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Ling had defeated her in her strongest field, speed. Plop. Shimin Shinsher fell to the ground, becoming the next person to be eliminated from the massacre battlefield. In the outside world, everyone was silent. The shocking scene in the Purgatory battlefield was that Lin Ling had easily killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. One had to know that those were not ordinary prodigies. To be able to appear in the Purgatory battlefield, which one of them was not strong enough? However, they were still dead. Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as weak as we thought. Many people looked at the figure in blue and white robes, their hearts surging. They seemed to have seen the mad god Lin Ling rise in the Purgatory battlefield. Many people thought that Lin Ling's speed was slow. However, they did not know that the reason why Lin Ling was slow in the beginning was because the tyrannical Song Sword's 10 million power was suppressing him. However, after removing the 10 million power, Lin Ling's speed was not slow at all. Especially when he used the sword step, the speed of his sword had reached 90% of the sword will. The only flaw of the sword step was that its speed was linear. It was not as complicated and varied as a movement technique. It was as straight as a sword and slashed in a straight line. Lin Ling was able to defeat Shimin Shinsher. He hid his strength very well. The semifinals are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if he will be able to become one of the last 20. Many people were looking forward to it. Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, but he had two trump cards. First, his strong physical body. Second, the speed of his sword. The battlefield has reached a climax. The weaker prodigies are hiding, while the stronger ones are still killing the monsters. If this continues, the top 20 will be revealed soon. Many people then looked at the battlefield again. There was already smoke everywhere. Heroes were fighting for supremacy. Other than Second Dream, who was still killing demonic beasts, 18th Prince Tang Tianshu was already challenging Yu Fanzi, a prodigy of the older generation. The battle between the two was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Young Master Tang was the youngest heavens chosen under the Second Dream. Yu Fanzi was slightly older, so you were no match for young Master Tang in terms of talent. However, Yu Fanzi was like a reclusive scholar. You seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but when you made a move, you were incomparably powerful. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Other than the two of them, Zhong Lingshan and Song Yang were also fighting. These geniuses seemed to be warming up, causing the blood of countless people to boil. They even imagined that they were the main characters of the battlefield, receiving the attention of everyone. Another genius has risen. This person's king physique is very strange. He can actually transform into a demon. I think he's from a 1,000-year-old ancient clan in the rainforest's holy land, the Great Serpent Mansion. His opponent is a genius from the Justice Duan family, the Frost Qilin. The crowd stared fixedly at one of the battlefields, their faces incomparably solemn. Even some of the top geniuses were frowning. Although they were all at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were much stronger than them. This meant that other than the top geniuses on the Martial Arts Hall's genius ranking, no one in the Emperor Spirit Realm could stop them. What a terrifying strength. When geniuses faced off against geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. Rumble. In the Purgatory battlefield, a giant purple snake was fighting against a Qilin that was emitting a blue icy mist. The two king physiques were displayed, causing a large number of monsters around them to die. As for the weaker geniuses, they were all hiding. They had no right to be arrogant. They're all at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but there's still a difference in strength. I'd better not provoke the top geniuses for now. Let's go find the weaker ones. In the ancient mountain range, the weaker geniuses were scattered. When they met geniuses who were stronger than them, they would immediately turn tail and run. When they met geniuses who were on the same level as them, but they weren't sure if they could win, they would all be wary of each other. They were very smart, they knew to save their strength for the last round of the competition. Of course, there were also arrogant and overbearing geniuses who moved forward without any fear. This person was Tsang Wuxia. Among the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, he was known for his viciousness and ruthlessness. Senior Sister Hong, I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as he crossed a mountain range, the tall Tsang Wuxia saw a beautiful figure quietly walking past him. He smiled faintly. Hong, She was an alchemist from the Linglong Valley. In the past, he had gone to the Linglong Valley to get some pills, but because his attitude was too arrogant, Hong had chased him out of the Linglong Valley. He had always been brooding over this matter, but he couldn't afford to provoke an alchemist from the Linglong Valley, so he had always held it in. But now, he didn't have to hold it in anymore. This was the purgatory battlefield. Those who dared to step in here had no one to blame for their deaths. Tsang Wuxia. Tsang Wuxia. Hong Er's beautiful eyes also looked towards the top of the mountain range. There was a youth standing there playing with his right hand, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. This youth had a scar on his face, and his eyes were small. As he smiled, he licked his lips. Hong Er naturally knew this person. He was one of the 36 apprentices of the Seven Profound Martial House, a disciple of the South Central Tyrant. He had also received guidance from the Great Sun Elder once or twice. Basically, every proud son of heaven that could appear in the purgatory battlefield had their own background. If they didn't have the backing of the 5 great ancient countries, then they weren't the most favored disciples of the apprentice masters. Let's go. Go. Without another word, Hong Er took a step forwards and ran towards the distance. With her understanding of Tsang Wuxia, this person was arrogant and overbearing, arrogant and unruly. Now that she saw him today, she knew that he wouldn't let her off easily. As Hong Er moved, Tsang Wuxia sneered and slowly chased after her. Senior apprentice Sister Hong Er, why are you running so fast? He didn't chase after her, but slowly followed. Perhaps what he enjoyed was the refreshing feeling of dominating the lives of others. The more anxious others were to escape, the more he wouldn't kill them. Step by step, he would chase them until their hearts finally collapsed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed many large mountains. But there were many proud sons of heaven hidden in these mountains. As they looked over, they sneered. The alchemist from Exquisite Valley was very unlucky. He had actually run into Tsang Wuxia. In the purgatory battlefield, meeting the second dream or young Master Tang was good, but they absolutely could not meet Tsang Wuxia. This didn't mean that Tsang Wuxia was stronger, but that the proud daughters of the second dream would care about their reputation, thus they wouldn't easily attack. But Tsang Wuxia was different. This person's nature was cruel and brutal, and he didn't care about status or reputation. Bastard, Nan Tianba, this disciple of yours has gone too far. In the outside world, Elder Long Dan couldn't help but angrily shout as he saw this scene in the sky. Hong Er is Elder Long Dan's disciple, and now she's being chased down. No wonder Elder Long Dan is angry. Many people's eyes flashed. Now that Elder Xian was angry, what would happen to Nan Tianba as an apprentice master? Your skill is inferior, so you can't blame others. In the distance, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man was sitting down. This person was one of the 36 apprentices of the Seven Profound Martial House, Nan Tianba. His temperament was also wild and unruly. He simply didn't fear Elder Xian. Chapter 855. Half-spiritual weapon, sure, but you have to kill me first, said Nan Tianba expressionlessly. He wasn't afraid at all. The semi-final is a battle between young geniuses. You can't blame anyone for that. If you want to kill me because of that, I can only say that you, Elder Xian, are overbearing. I'm overbearing. Long Dan Lao was furious. Nan Tianba was really overbearing. He was accusing him of being overbearing. The semi-final of the Young Geniuses list isn't a game. You have to go through blood and death. Long Dan Lao, I know that you love your disciples, but don't embarrass yourself. At this moment, Palace Master Tianlin's voice rang out, causing Long Danlong to grit his teeth. In the end, he fell silent. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, but the majority of them supported the Palace Lord. After all, the battlefield was so cruel. Just because he was Elder Long Dan's disciple, others would not dare to make a move. However, some people with powerful identities knew that Palace Lord Tianlin had long disliked Elder Long Dan, so how could he help Elder Long Dan? Then, the crowd looked at the purgatory battlefield again. At this moment, the two figures had already crossed more than half of the battlefield. Hong Er's face was getting paler and paler. It was as if the Grim Reaper was constantly following behind her. This was giving her a lot of pressure. She was slightly weaker than Song Wuxia. She had tried to fight back when she was running away, but most of her attacks had been blocked by Song Wuxia. Hong Er also saw that Song Wushui's king body wasn't very strong. His true meaning of cultivation was similar to hers. What was terrifying was his shield, the piercing bone shield. She didn't know what kind of beast that shield was made of, but its defense was terrifying. I wanted to save my trump card for the final competition, but I couldn't help but use it when I see Hong Er. With the piercing bone shield, you will never be able to hurt me. After all, it's a half-spiritual weapon, said Song Wuxia proudly. Hong Er was surprised. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" She also stopped. It seemed like she couldn't escape. "Run." "Why don't you run?" said Song Wuxia mockingly. He was playing with the white bone shield in his hand. The way of the 9 words mystical fire. Hong Er's beautiful face turned dignified. She didn't believe that she couldn't break through that shield. Her hands moved rapidly as multicolored flames floated around her like stars. She was an alchemist, but she was also a fire attribute martial artist. The firefly-like flames gradually condensed into words. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe are all in front. The burning and mysterious characters were like characters from the heavens descending from the heavens. Layer upon layer, they rushed towards Song Wuxia. Each character was bigger than the previous one, and they carried a sacred and majestic aura. It's the 9 words profound flame. Is Senior Sister Hong Er planning to use that ultimate technique? Good luck. In the outside world, the martial artists of Nimble Valley began to cheer. It was obvious that they all recognized this powerful flame martial art. It was said that Ruby had already cultivated to the 7th character, reaching 70% of the true meaning of fire. Is it useful? On the other side, Nan Tianba sneered with incomparable confidence. Rumble. After the giant flaming characters collided with the shield, a massive inferno erupted, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Hong Er's strength wasn't weak either. It seemed that those who could reach the semi-finals weren't weaklings. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted, and the colorful flames were all shaken away. Under countless gazes, a young man in white armor appeared. This person's armor had a large number of bone spikes, and there were fangs on his shoulders, knees, and fists. He was like a skeleton warrior, and the flames could not harm him at all. It was Song Wuxia. What a terrifying spiritual weapon. The crowd's pupils constricted. A half-spiritual weapon was really extraordinary. Nan Tianba, you really dote on Song Wuxia. You even gave him the piercing bone shield. It seems like in the semi-finals, even if Song Wuxia can't compete with the second dream, his ranking won't be too low, said a student next to Nan Tianba. Nan Tianba smiled proudly. He really doted on Song Wuxia. He even treated Song Wuxia as his own son. Song Wuxia's temperament and appearance were very similar to his son who had died in the past. The bone-piercing shield is indeed powerful. With this shield in hand, I dare to challenge the second dream. Other than the second dream, all of you are trash. On the battlefield, Zhang Wuxia looked extremely aggressive and heroic. On the other hand, Hong Er looked gloomy. He was too strong. Zhang Wuxia was probably one of the top 10 geniuses of the late stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhang Wuxia took a step forward, looking at Hong, mockingly. Actually, there isn't much enmity between the two of us. It's just that I rejected your request for a medicinal pill in the past. Because of this, you want to kill me? Hong Er said with a frown. Indeed. Zhang Wuxia nodded expressionlessly and said, since I was a child, nobody has dared to go against my will. Nobody has dared to do that in the past, in the present and in the future, so you will regret it. How domineering. His voice transmitted outwards. The hearts of many outside trembled. Because they didn't follow his wishes, he found an opportunity to kill them? I can see that you're regretting it, and I've enjoyed your regretful attitude before your death. Now, you can die. Zhang Wuxia shook his head and took another step forwards. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had made Hong a regret, so he didn't intend to keep her alive. Because someone dared to go against your will, you hold a grudge and kill them for fun? At that moment, a voice suddenly spread in the air. Zhang Wuxia's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked towards the source of the voice. In the middle of an ancient mountain range, a slender silhouette was holding a sword. He was walking towards them step by step. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. In the outside world, many people were also looking at the person who had suddenly arrived. It was a young man. He had a sharp face and a sharp chi. However, his blue and white robe gave people an incomparably clean feeling. He had a gigantic blood-red sword in his hand. It was dazzling, but at the same time, it gave people a domineering feeling. Sharp chi, clean chi, domineering chi, three strange chi combined in one person. It seemed like there was a conflict, but at the same time, there was an incomparable harmony. It's Lin Ling. The crowd finally reacted. Lin Ling! Shouted Hong Er softly. Her heart was filled with calmness. However, Zhang Wuxia's eyes were twinkling. When Lin Ling had arrived, he had thought that it was some powerful genius. However, when he got closer, he realized that it was Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. Even though Lin Ling didn't have any enmity with him, he had surpassed everyone else. That made many geniuses unhappy with Lin Ling. Zhang Wuxia was one of them. You have a problem with that? Asked Zhang Wuxia indifferently. Your shield seems very powerful. Try my sword. Said Lin Ling coldly. He looked at Zhang Wuxia. Before, he had killed many beasts and awakened 3 small worlds in his body. After that, he had seen what was happening. After all, Zhang Wuxia had chased Hong Er across half of the battlefield. How could Lin Ling not see that? Xiao Sha. Chapter 856. Daring to attack. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was terrifying. However, the spectators couldn't sense it. They only saw that Lin Ling was about to attack Zhang Wuxia, but was Lin Ling a match for Zhang Wuxia? Only Zhang Wuxia could sense that Lin Ling's sword was very strange. He didn't dare to fight against it. But how was that possible? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Not only was he at the late stage of the royal spirit realm, he also had a semi-spiritual weapon. How could Lin Ling be a match for him? He must be overthinking things. Boom boom boom. The sword seemed to have come from the horizon, from the depths of hell. A silhouette crossed the sky and slashed towards Zhang Wuxia. Insignificant skill. Shouted Zhang Wuxia coldly. The bone-piercing shield on his body started to change. Ka sounds were heard as a bone-piercing shield appeared in front of him. That was the strongest form of the bone-piercing shield. It was said that it could block 90% of the true meaning of martial arts. Clang clang. The sword and the shield collided, and a deafening sound filled the air. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided in midair. However, a moment later, Kacha, the mountain behind Song Wuxia, was cut in half. 3 mountains had been cut in half. One sword had cut off 3 mountains. What? The spectators stood up. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp. Song Wuxia's pupils constricted. He didn't turn around, but he could feel that the 3 mountains behind him had been cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ling was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he didn't have a semi-spiritual weapon, Lin Ling would have been able to fight someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him. Ka-cha. At that moment, a clear sound was heard. It sounded like bones were being broken. Song Wuxia's pupils constricted. He saw that the bone-piercing shield that had blocked Lin Ling's sword had cracked and many bones were broken. Impossible! Shouted Song Wuxia furiously. His shield could block 90% of Lin Ling's true energy. How could Lin Ling's sword break through his shield? In reality, how could he know that Lin Ling's sword had already reached 90% martial true intent? In addition to 10 million points of physical strength and sword power, how could that be an ordinary sword true intent? You asked me if I had an opinion before? Calmly holding the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling raised his eyes and calmly looked at Song Wuxia in front of him. At the same time, his indifferent voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with mercilessness and murderous intent. Song Wuxia's heart was pounding. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Besides, Lin Ling's sword could break his shield. Retreat. Song Wuxia did not dare to say anything. He took a step forward and started running away. Song Wuxia ran away. When the crowd saw that, they felt like they were dreaming. A moment ago, Song Wuxia had killed people for fun, but now he was running away like a stray dog. How ironic. Do you think you can run away? Lin Ling indifferently said as he watched Song Wuxia flee. He waved at Hong and slowly chased after Song Wuxia with her. Besides, Lin Ling wasn't running fast. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry to kill Song Wuxia. They had never seen such a scene before. Before, Song Wuxia had chased Hong like that. Now, Lin Ling was giving him an eye for an eye. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Shouted Song Wuxia furiously when he sensed Lin Ling's intention. He was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been humiliated. Before, he had wanted to play with Hong until she collapsed. Now, Lin Ling wanted to play with him until he collapsed. I'm going too far, so what? I'm going to make you regret it. However, Lin Ling's cold voice came from behind. Song Wuxia gnashed his teeth. Song Wuxia were running at full speed. Nan Tianba was staring at them. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Lin Ling was surprisingly playing with his disciple. Serves him right. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Dan's mocking voice came out at the same time, which made Nan Tianba even angrier. Lin Ling is insane. He's chasing after Song Wuxia. Besides, it seems like his semi-spiritual weapon can't block Lin Ling's sword. How strong is Lin Ling's sword? Thought the crowd. Lin Ling was a young man. He had kept a low profile when he hadn't risen up. However, when he had risen up, he had attracted the attention of millions of people. Kill him. I will reward whoever kills him for me. Even though I, Song Wuxia, have a violent temperament, I am a man of my word. Shouted Song Wuxia while running away. He knew that many young geniuses were watching him. Therefore, he wanted all the young geniuses to kill Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling was extremely strong, could he resist all the young geniuses? Even though Zhang Wuxia is abnormal, he is a man of his word. We can help him. Lin Ling has already offended us. Let's kill him to appease our anger," said the young geniuses who were hiding in the mountain ranges. Killing Lin Ling would satisfy the other young geniuses. Besides, they would get Zhang Wuxia's promise. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. In a mountain range, a figure soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Ling, causing the geniuses in the distance to frown. That was Lian Feng, who was also very famous on the genius roll. Most importantly, he was very lucky and was the closest to Lin Ling, so he managed to snatch a great merit. You are just a young man at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if old Xian is your backer, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf," shouted the young man coldly. He stepped into the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling and Hong stopped moving. Lin Ling looked at the young man coldly and shook his head. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. To him, this young man was a fool. Zhang Wuxia didn't dare to face him. That was why he had sent people to kill him. This young man didn't understand his intentions and had overestimated himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sword was like lightning, and it killed decisively. The young man wanted to say something arrogant, but a sword scar appeared on his head, causing his eyes to narrow. He wasn't even as strong as Zhang Wuxia. How could he be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Bang! In the end, he didn't say anything. His body fell from the sky. The young geniuses in the distance were stunned. Lian Feng was smart. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been hiding in the dark. He had managed to survive until now. It was rare for him to be in the limelight, but now it was time for him to die. Lin Ling can fight above his cultivation level. After that, many young geniuses realized something terrifying. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, Lin Ling walked forward with Hong Along the way, he saw the young geniuses standing on top of the hill, looking at him with fear. Those eyes were filled with mockery. When Lin Ling had arrived, they had all thought that he was a pushover. That was why they had looked at Lin Ling with greed and killing intent. But now, they were filled with fear and seriousness. Die! Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air. The 10 million strength made the sword move extremely fast. You're crazy! The young geniuses roared. They hadn't killed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seemed to have attacked them. You're courting death. One of the young geniuses' face was cold. He was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and used a powerful martial art. Shua. Chapter 857. Kill everyone who tries to stop another prodigy has died? Many people felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was the one being slaughtered on the battlefield. However, no one knew that Lin Ling was the hunter. Ignoring the shocked geniuses on the hill, Lin Ling continued forward with Hong He had two goals for participating in the semi-finals. First, to take revenge on the second dream. Secondly, he also wanted to see the power of powerful geniuses. After all, Lin Ling was also an ancient martial art practitioner. His heart of martial arts was above the clouds. He also had his own goals. He also wanted to fight with geniuses of the same generation and see their dazzling brilliance. Like all ancient martial art practitioners, he wanted to prove himself on the huge stage. However, these geniuses were not as strong as him, but they were jealous of his results and wanted to harm him. How could Lin Ling be merciful? Perhaps it was because he had been too merciful and kept a low profile that these geniuses thought that he was weak and bullied him. The best way to change all of this was to kill them. You killed them. Lin Ling, you have offended many people. Just as Lin Ling was about to continue forward, a genius on the mountain peak mumbled to himself. It seemed that he was still in a daze. Pa! In the sky, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at that genius. His cold gaze caused the genius's pupils to dilate. He seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Ling, I am the disciple of the Zhua Shao Earth Master. That genius frowned and said. So what? Lin Ling replied coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out gently. The sword slash was a combination of killing intent and sword intent, sweeping everything in its path. You dare to kill me? The genius's eyes widened. He had only said one sentence, but Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, the sword slash would not stop because of his words. The sword had always been merciless. Whoosh! Another prodigy who had died under Lin Ling's sword. Another one. In the outer world, the hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was so cold. Those who wanted to kill him were all killed by him. There were only 3 people left on the hill. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling had killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with such ease. His strength was probably in the top 10 of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. With that thought in mind, the 3 Sky Prides immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Lin Ling, spare my life. On the battlefield of slaughter, strength was everything. If they had the strength, the one who would be killed today would be Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, so how could they not beg for mercy? You attacked me during the speed test, expecting me to die under the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. Now you're begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, the heads of the 3 people kneeling on the ground flew off. All the Sky Prides who had come to kill Lin Ling were dead. Lin Ling waved his sword and led Hong Er forward again. The Purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of slaughter. At first, Lin Ling didn't know the rules. However, after Shiman Chinshur appeared, she told Lin Ling the rules. The weak would be eliminated, and the strong would advance. Since that was the rule, then Lin Ling just had to follow it. Lin Ling, you're actually so strong. Hong Er followed Lin Ling forward, her heart in shock. She had always thought that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were high, but she never imagined that his martial skills would be so strong as well. She even thought of taking care of Lin Ling after entering the semifinals. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the semifinals. However, the further you go in the Purgatory battlefield, the more intense the competition will be. Hong Er said worriedly. The remaining Sky Prides didn't have any scruples in order to win. At that time, it would be either you live or I die. The remaining ones would be the most talented Sky Prides. This was a competition that was similar to raising poisonous insects. Survival of the fittest, and the weak would be eliminated. The martial arts palaces also chose to accept this. After all, the semifinals weren't forced by others, but by one's own choice. Since one had chosen, then one had to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. If others don't kill me, then I won't care. But if they do, then I won't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling said coldly. If they wanted to eliminate him, Lin Ling, then they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. Then, the 2 of them sped up and chased after Zhang Wuxia. At that moment, Zhang Wuxia was anxious, worried, and even angry. He was being chased by Lin Ling, step by step. To him, this was a great humiliation. Previously, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but the result was that all of them had been wiped out. Lin Ling's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. One sword and he could laugh at the world. If this continues, I will definitely die. I have to go to the top Sky Pride's battleground. Only there can I live. Zhang Wuxia's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Lin Ling had conflicts with the second dream and young Master Tang. If he lured Lin Ling to the second dream's side, then maybe the second dream would kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, he flew towards the top sky prides. Currently, most of the sky prides were hiding in the mountains. Only the top sky prides would appear in front of the crowd and kill demonic beasts openly. They were powerful and didn't fear others. They even said to the sky prides, "If you want to die, come and try to kill me." "Sang Wuxia, what's making you so anxious?" After stepping into the area, a soft voice rang out. It was Ouyang, who was ranked 12th among the remaining geniuses. His strength was also extremely formidable. Moreover, that was his previous ranking. Perhaps his current ranking was even higher. "Brother Ouyang, please help me. Lin Ling wants to kill me." Sang Wuxia didn't care about his face and said anxiously. This area was full of top sky prides, including Yu Fan, Tang Tianshu, and other strong cultivators. When they heard Sang Wuxia's words, their eyes narrowed. Sang Wuxia wasn't as strong as them, but he wasn't weak. It was said that he had a half-spiritual weapon and was favored by the southern sky tyrant. But now, he was being chased by Lin Ling? Was this a joke? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. How could he chase after Sang Wuxia? Sang Wuxia wasn't weak even when facing a top sky pride. "Lin Ling can kill you?" Ouyang frowned, still in disbelief. "Why not? If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from afar. Then, two figures stepped on rainbows and slowly walked over. Lin Ling was here. Looking at the godlike figure, Sang Wuxia's body trembled. He was completely terrified, and his mind was about to collapse. Being chased by Lin Ling made him collapse. The surrounding sky prides were shocked. Lin Ling was so arrogant, saying that if Ouyang dared to stop him, he would kill him. What did he think sky prides were? Trash? "Lin Ling, you'd better look at yourself," said a sky pride coldly from afar. He was from the Great Serpent Palace. "Say one more word and I'll kill you too." However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Since he had decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate. Whoever dared to come out, he would kill. "You." Chapter 858. Kill you until you submit. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. In the outer world, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Ling had come out of the water and arrived at the battlefield of the top geniuses. He had said that no one could save Sang Wuxia. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. "I don't know what kind of grudge you have against Sang Wuxia, but today, I will protect him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. So, don't cross my bottom line. The moment I draw my blade, you will regret coming here. Of course, you're not my target right now, so I don't want to waste too much time and energy on an ant. Get out of my sight." Ouyang looked at Lin Ling coldly. He thought it was ridiculous. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling already. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to waste time and energy. His target was young Master Tang, Yu Fanzi, and the other top geniuses. Is that so? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly and decisively. "How dare you!" The moment Ouyang raised his sword, Nan Tianba stood up and shouted furiously. Lin Ling dared to kill his proud disciple? Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard in the purgatory battlefield. Since it could be heard, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill him? Swoosh! Ouyang pupils constricted. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack him. As for Sang Wuxia, his mouth was wide open. He raised his bone shield in an attempt to block the sword. However, his bone shield had already been broken. How could it block the sword? Swoosh! A bloody wound appeared on his neck. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He, Zhang Wuxia, was originally supposed to be the most dazzling star in the semifinals. With the addition of his half-spirit artifact, he was confident that there would be few opponents that could match him. However, he had encountered a freak like Lin Ling. His sword had broken through his spirit artifact, causing him to perish on the purgatory battlefield. Even in death, he didn't understand how Lin Ling's sword had broken through his shield. How could he know that not only was Lin Ling's sword intent formidable, but the sword in his hand was also a mid-grade spirit artifact? Compared to Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword, his half-spirit artifact was simply a joke. Dead. The crowd looked at Zhang Wuxia, who was slowly closing his eyes. The crowd remained silent. Only Nan Tianba's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the sky. How dare you kill him? Ouyang voice was hoarse. He had just told Lin Ling to scram. With him, Ouyang, nobody would be able to kill Zhang Wuxia. However, in the next instant, Zhang Wuxia had died in front of him. Lin Ling didn't give Ouyang any face. Blood-drinking saber, blood-drinking saber, I wanted to let you shine in the last round, but now it seems like you're going to use your saber. Ouyang helplessly shook his head. He slowly untied the black cloth wrapped around his saber. There was a look on his face as if he was looking at his lover. It was as if that wasn't a saber, but his partner, his lover. Of course, this was normal. Swordsman and swordsman were the same. Once they got used to using a weapon, the weapon would accompany them for life. They didn't need a partner, family, or friends, they only needed a saber. Blood-drinking saber. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes twinkled. Last month, Ouyang had snatched the pavilion master's order from the dragon pavilion. Perhaps he had upgraded his blood-drinking saber. This might be Ouyang greatest trump card in the semi-finals. If Lin Ling hadn't been so arrogant, Ouyang wouldn't have used his saber. No wonder Ouyang had told Lin Ling to scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been able to kill Zhang Wuxia, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It meant that he could kill geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit plane, but Ouyang was even stronger. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit plane. Could Lin Ling block Ouyang's blade? Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you. Ouyang said indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the tyrannical Song sword with both hands and slashed at Ouyang. Lin Ling made his move. He wanted to see how powerful that saber was. You're courting death. Ouyang shook his head. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, it had suppressed a weight of 5 million. Amongst the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven, who could have a weapon heavier than his? Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Clang. Saber and sword collided in midair. There was no true meaning attack, only a pure collision of weapons. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. Lin Ling's sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It ruthlessly cut down, cutting Ouyang into the ground. The earth split open, and dust spread out. Overwhelming, this was truly overwhelming. A 5 million pound saber dared to compare with Lin Ling's sword? How could this be? The crowd was silent. What kind of sword did Lin Ling use? Was it also a spirit artifact? Your saber is only a so-so. Lin Ling floated in the air, proudly looking down. At the same time, a figure shot out like a cannonball, also floating in the air. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with disbelief. In the previous collision, Ouyang realized that Lin Ling's sword was even more mysterious. Its strength surpassed his saber. It was like a dragon or an axe, mighty and domineering. Such a useless saber, and you dare say you'll leave it for the final round? Lin Ling taunted again, causing Ouyang complexion to become extremely ugly. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, his saber was indeed useless. What kind of sword is that? Ouyang clenched his teeth and said. To die under the tyrannical Song sword is a kind of reward for you. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't answer Ouyang question. He took a large step forward, and the tyrannical Song sword in his hand cut towards Ouyang. 10 million pounds of physical strength in addition to the 10 million pound weight of the tyrannical Song sword, it was invincible. Clang! Ouyang raised his saber to block, releasing a terrifying aura. However, after the sword passed, his saber shattered, and his arm broke. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he could indeed kill any late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but the prerequisite was that his opponent's spiritual weapon was weaker than his. Ah! Ouyang cried out in pain as his saber broke and his arm broke. He retreated continuously in the air, his heart shaking like thunder. Lin Ling defeated him in 2 moves. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Yu Fan and the other top geniuses. Wait, I won't pursue the matter from before. Ouyang shouted as he retreated. He had already lost the will to fight. Although he didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling made him afraid. Ironically, he wanted to stop Lin Ling from killing Song Wuxia. He didn't expect that he himself wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. A dead man doesn't care too much. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his killing intent enveloped the tyrannical Song sword. He slashed out like a rainbow, and the sword seemed to split heaven and earth. Heaven was above the sword, hell was below, and the human world was in the middle. Whoosh! The sword passed, and Ouyang was split in 2. Blood spurted out, and a large amount of blood-red light was absorbed by the tyrannical Song sword. Then, it disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was even more ironic. The blood-imbibing saber killed people and drank their blood. It was the same for the tyrannical Song sword. However, the result was that the blood-imbibing saber's owner was killed. Another top heaven's pride has fallen. Chapter 859. Bodhi's sacred palace. The top geniuses frowned. They had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now they were hesitating. It wasn't because they couldn't win, but because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort, which would be disadvantageous to them in the last round. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to acknowledge Lin Ling's position. Who's still not satisfied? While the top geniuses were deep in thought, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing their pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had defeated Ouyang, but he didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to provoke them. Although it was hard to swallow, for the sake of the upcoming competition, they had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Some of the top geniuses said coldly, but Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Since he had stayed in the last round, he would wait for them to come. It's still that sword. Looks like without the sword, Lin Ling is just so. Sigh. Far away, Tang Tianshu and the other geniuses mumbled to themselves. They were not too worried. Perhaps it was best to leave everything for the next round of the competition. After all, they had attacked Lin Ling. Who knew who would attack them in the next moment? Kill. Kill. All the geniuses started to kill the demonic beasts, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Looking carefully, there were exactly 20 geniuses who dared to kill the demonic beasts in broad daylight. Obviously, these geniuses would most likely advance to the next round. Of course, it wasn't that the others didn't have a chance. Unfortunately, if they wanted to rise, they would have to challenge these 20 people. However, they didn't have enough confidence. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, and their strength was ridiculously strong. Only Lin Ling was a rising dark horse, but his strength was also incomparably powerful. Previously, he had killed everyone who came to challenge him. He had completely stabilized his position, and he had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. Lin Ling, the mad god, had made a name for himself today. Time passed quietly, and the purgatory battlefield finally ended. As expected, the top 20 geniuses had passed. Among these 20 geniuses, many were famous people, such as the Second Dream and Tang Tianshu. There were also new dark horses, such as the 2 geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion and the Justice Duan family. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals, of course. Lin Ling editor, Dark God Fall. Those who didn't like Lin Ling was Lin Ling rumble. In the outer world, the sky rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had opened. Then, a black hole leading to a mysterious foreign land appeared, and 20 figures walked out from the black hole. These 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Limu's Transin. They're coming out. Many people looked at the 20 people that proudly walked out, their complexions incomparably dignified. Before, the Martial House Master had said that in this year's semi-finals of the 7 major martial halls, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list was the strongest. This meant that of these 20 people, several of them were the strongest of the 7 major martial halls' proud sons of heaven. What a terrifying result. The 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list semi-finals was equal to the strongest semi-finals. Of course, the reason for this was the Second Dream. Then, their eyes fell on Tang Tianshu, and they were also surprised by his formidable strength. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest dark horse. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Second Dream, it had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle royal spirit realm. With this strength, he had stepped into the circle of 20 people. This explained everything. Lin Ling's talent was truly fierce. Lin Ling. Several disciples of the 7 profound martial house coldly glared at Lin Ling. Among them, Nan Tianba was the leader. Lin Ling had killed his disciple. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses here. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of Nan Tianba and the others' angry gazes, Lin Ling faintly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he were saying, "Sorry, I killed your disciple, there's nothing I can do about it." As a result, Nan Tianba and the others were even more furious. This boy was young, but he was abominable. Yes, no wonder the 7 profound martial house semi-finals are the strongest of the 7 martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. This is a rare sight. The era of geniuses has begun, and because of you, it will be glorious and dazzling. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. 2 of them were young girls, and they were leading a deer that was covered in white fur. This deer was like a divine deer, and it looked at all living beings with a kind and peaceful gaze. Behind the deer was a very ordinary-looking carriage. Sitting in the carriage was an old woman wearing a white fur robe. She looked at all living beings, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the myriad facets of life. This dear old mother. The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. They stood up and bowed slightly. There was no lack of top experts present, from the 5 great ancient countries and the Great Serpent residents. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Only the people from the 4 desolate races had a slight change in expression. They stood up and bowed slightly. This was because only the top powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the great tree of the rainforest's holy land, Bodhi Saint Palace. Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest's holy land. It was as mysterious as smoke, and no one could see through it. But it was able to see through the entire rainforest's holy land, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. She didn't think that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the Martial Hall semi-finals. It seemed that the strength that these proud sons of heaven had displayed had moved her. "I'm so envious," the other Martial Hall's proud sons of heaven secretly thought. After all, the Martial Hall semi-finals had been held before, but they had never allowed anyone from the Bodhi Saint Palace to appear. But today, someone from the Bodhi Saint Palace had come. This meant that they favored the 7 profound Martial House's proud sons of heaven. In fact, they didn't know that in the past, the Bodhi Saint Palace would also pay attention to the Martial Hall semi-finals. But what they paid more attention to were the proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old. And today, the 7 profound Martial House had 3 proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old that had reached the final round. So it was impossible for them not to be moved. The second dream. Not bad. The white deer in the sky floated on the ground. This dear old mother patted her clothes. It was extremely strange that there was snow falling down. But only the powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to lead directly to the divine palace in the sky. The weather there was constantly changing, so it wasn't strange for there to be snow. As for what this dear old mother had said, the second dream? She really did come for the second dream. The crowd's thoughts were even more complex. Although many proud sons of heaven were jealous, they also felt that the second dream was well deserved. The second dream greets Senior. Chapter 860. The evaluation was even higher. Another compliment made countless geniuses even more jealous. Forget about the second dream. She was a girl favored by the heavens, so it was not strange for her to be praised by the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, Tang Tianshu was also qualified. Although his talent was not bad, his strength was not at the top. After all, there were some top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm present who were stronger than Tang Tianshu. Of course, even though they were jealous, they could not deny that Tang Tianshu had the right to be arrogant among the heavens' favorites below the age of 20. Or else he wouldn't have the right to be called the 18th young master. Tang Tianshu greets old Mother Lu. Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory was this? To have the Bodhi Sacred Palace come for him, this was the first time this had happened since the semi-finals of the Prodigy rankings. Lin Ling. After that, Mother Earth Deer looked at the third ranker who wasn't even 20 years old but had entered the last round. She smiled, which made Second Dream frown. Tang Tianshu was also unhappy, thinking that Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. "You're younger than them, but you're more mysterious. Even I can't see through you," old Mother Benlu said in praise. The crowd fell silent. An expert from Bodhi Saint Palace could not see through Lin Ling? How was this possible? The second dream was strong, and Tang Tianshu was strong. This was not strange, but Lin Ling was only stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? What? The second dream and Tang Tianshu felt a chill run down their spines. On the surface, the Sacred Palace seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than the two of them. Junior greets Senior. Lin Ling also bowed and saluted. He was shocked. Someone from the Sacred Palace? The owner of the ancient tree was sitting on this piece of land under their feet? Your royal body isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to Tang Tianshu. Your martial arts foundation isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to the second dream. None of your domains are the strongest, but all of them are perfect. Even though you haven't reached the peak, you're close to it. Most importantly, all of your domains are the same. Old Mother Earth Deer smiled at Lin Ling. In fact, she liked Lin Ling more than the second dream and Tang Tianshu. This was because only a powerhouse at her boundary knew just how difficult it was for a martial artist to cultivate all their domains to a perfect boundary, and how solid their foundation was. If such a proud son of heaven were to grow up, he would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Perhaps he might even reach the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields? Why do I feel like he only won because of that sword? That's right, Lin Ling must have used some method to deceive the people of the Saint Palace. What a lucky kid. Many people were jealous and unwilling, especially the proud sons of heaven. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were incomparably ugly. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their glory, but who knew that old Mother Earth Deer's evaluation of Lin Ling was higher than theirs? They were the ones who took advantage of Lin Ling's glory. Old Mother Earth Deer naturally heard these words, but she didn't care at all. These proud sons of heaven were currently stronger than Lin Ling, but that was just a flash in the pan. Lin Ling would surpass them sooner or later and stand at the top of the 7 martial arts halls. These proud sons of heaven were mediocre, they didn't know what it meant to be a genius. Tonight, at the Bodhi Ancient Tree, I will hold a banquet to congratulate the 20 of you for entering the final round. Old Mother Earth Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. This was a banquet for the Bodhi Sacred Palace to recruit these rising sons of heaven. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, the Saint Palace had taken the initiative to recruit geniuses and focus on training them. However, this sort of thing was very rare. Only the true geniuses would be recruited. Lin Ling, the second dream, and Tang Tianshu were clearly the main characters of this banquet. Senior Mother Earth Deer, since it's so difficult for you to come, how about our 7 martial arts halls also allow some proud sons of heaven to enter? Heaven-bearing Palace's martial house master smiled. Old Mother Earth Deer frowned, but finally nodded. Many peaked proud sons of heaven faintly smiled. It seemed that they also had a chance to go. They didn't know if they would encounter some lucky chance that would increase their strength. After all, this was a chance to climb the Bodhi Ancient Tree. This was a chance that all of them yearned for in their dreams. Today, Senior Mother Earth Deer has arrived. Your presence brings light to the 7 profound martial house. The semi-finals will be held in 3 days. 20 proud sons of heaven will compete for the championship. Martial House Master Skylin also stood up and smiled at the crowd. The meaning of today's semi-finals had also changed. It was no longer an ordinary semi-finals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven felt a great pressure. Junior Apprentice Sister Heavenly Concubine, this friend of yours is really fierce. He is getting closer and closer to our circle. If he can win in the final competition, then he will step into our top circle. Yang Gan deeply looked at Lin Ling, and then turned to Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling's origin wasn't simple, so he believed in old Mother Earth Deer's words. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that excelled in all aspects. No wonder he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was very strong in this aspect, but it didn't seem to be the limit. He was originally very fierce. Heavenly Concubine smiled, her heart incomparably happy. Lin Ling's friends and family were also the same. Of course, some were happy, and some were jealous. For instance, Great Sun Old Man, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and other powerful influences. They were all extremely dissatisfied. Lin Ling had gradually become an existence that even an ancient country had to pay attention to. If he could obtain the attention of the Saint Palace, then if his performance was good, he might be able to enter the Saint Palace. At that time, would they dare to move against Lin Ling? Afterwards, everyone dispersed, but they didn't leave. They stayed at the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was also unprecedentedly lively. Mountain River Valley was also bustling with noise. Not only were there people from the Fire Ancient clan, but even people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Many family heads were congratulating Lin Ling, causing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be incomparably nervous. Heavenly Concubine also arrived. After seeing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, she happily shouted out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was naturally overjoyed. He teased, "Granddaughter-in-law, when will you move to live in Mountain River Valley?" These words caused Heavenly Concubine's face to blush red like an apple. "Lin Ling, congratulations on entering the final round. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land, your name has already spread throughout the land." Yang Gan followed Heavenly Concubine. He looked at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. "Huh, Brother Yang, you flatter me." Lin Ling smiled back. Everyone sat down in Mountain River Valley and chatted with each other. Lin Ling chatted for a moment and then went to cultivate. After all, the final round of the tournament was still waiting for him. Once again arriving at the spirit root, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was rich and full of vitality. This was the life energy he had obtained from killing monster beasts. It had to be known that these monster beasts were brought back by the first martial house master from a foreign land. They were priceless, and their body parts could be exchanged for a massive number of spirit crystals. Lin Ling knew that the other proud sons of heaven had also obtained these benefits. Chapter 861. The ancient Bodhi tree. In front of Lin Ling, there were two choices. 1. Awaken a small world and stabilize his foundation. 2. Break through a boundary. Lin Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, he didn't decide which step to take. After all, the final round was 3 days from now. He would have to wait and see. That night, everyone dispersed. Lin Ling also headed towards the ancient Bodhi tree. In accordance with Old Mother Lu's agreement, he was accompanied by Ruby, Ong Gan, and the Heavenly Concubine. Ruby was one of the 20 people that had passed. She had the qualifications to go, but Yang Gan and the Heavenly Concubine could also go. Lin Ling was a bit curious. Those that can go to the ancient Bodhi tree are those that stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. We have received orders from the ancient Tao Martial Palace's martial house master, so we naturally have the qualifications. Yang Gan slowly explained as if he knew Lin Ling's doubts. Lin Ling nodded, understanding. Then, after they left the 7 profound martial house, someone came to pick them up. They used a carriage to bring them to the ancient Bodhi tree. This was Lin Ling's first time going to the ancient Bodhi tree. The divine tree was ancient and filled with mystery. It was said that no one had ever reached the peak of the tree. It was said that this was the holy palace of the rainforest's holy land, and also the road to the other side. There were all sorts of rumors, but what was certain was that the ancient Bodhi tree was the symbol of the rainforest's holy land. Now, Lin Ling had gone from a nameless youth of the 100 territories to the most sacred place of the 100 territories. One day, when he reached the peak of the tree, perhaps he would be able to rule over the rainforest's holy land and the 100 territories. Lin Ling's eyes shined as he looked at the divine tree. As he came closer and closer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Ling, the final round is about to begin. At that time, you will definitely be first place. You have also stepped into our circle. The Heavenly Concubine smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's mind to return to normal. He looked at the Heavenly Concubine, puzzled. Had the Heavenly Concubine also entered the circle of the rainforest's holy land's top elites? The circle of top elites represented the strongest circle of the royal spirit realm. 90% of the elites were at the peak of the royal spirit realm, or even outstanding individuals of this realm. Hee. Sensing Lin Ling's surprised gaze, the Heavenly Concubine giggled. I won the previous semi-finals of the prodigy role. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The Heavenly Concubine was indeed powerful, but he also felt that it was normal. After all, she had obtained the great treasure, the heavenly fish sacred halberd, back in the old tomb. At that time, Lin Ling thought that the halberd was a spirit treasure, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't so simple. It was just that his knowledge was limited back then, so he didn't understand it. This also explained why the heavenly concubine could represent the ancient Tao martial palace and come to the Bodhi ancient tree. Junior sister heavenly concubine is not weak. Beside her, Yang Gan affirmed for heavenly concubine. However, he was puzzled. Heavenly concubine had said that Lin Ling would obtain first place. Where did junior sister heavenly concubine's confidence come from? After all, Lin Ling's opponent was the strongest genius in the history of the semi-finals of the prodigy role. It was even more difficult than the semi-finals of the prodigy role in the ancient Tao martial palace. Could he obtain first place? It seemed that Lin Ling still had secrets that he didn't know. Alright, I definitely won't lose. This is what I promised the others. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He had promised to take revenge for his elder brother, so he would definitely do so. No matter how powerful the second dream was, he would make sure that the second dream would never be able to stand up again in the second battle of revenge. Strong confidence bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes, causing Yang Gan's eyes to flicker. At this moment, he realized that even if he were to face Lin Ling, he didn't have any hope of winning. This was a terrifying intuition. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. We're here. Geniuses, please climb the tree. The carriage stopped under the ancient tree. Lin Ling and the others alighted and looked up. Looking at the ancient tree from a close distance, it was even larger than before. It was like a giant mountain with no end in sight. Then, a leaf drifted down and stopped in front of them. This tree has a spirit and is controlled by the sacred palace. Climbing the leaf will take you to where you need to go. However, our luck isn't bad. After all, the leaf takes an hour to make a round trip. At least we didn't have to wait that long. Before the person from the sacred palace could speak, Yang Gan had already spoken. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was Yang Gan's first time at the Bodhi ancient tree, but he seemed to be very familiar with this place. How mysterious. The heavenly concubine and the others didn't notice this detail. Instead, they excitedly climbed onto the leaf. An hour to make a round trip? Then we really came at the right time. Wait. When Lin Ling and the others climbed onto the leaf, a cold shout came from the distance. Several youths strode over. One of the youths looked at the heavenly concubine and smiled. Our luck isn't bad. We actually have such beautiful companions. I wonder if we'll have some luck with women. Although these people were dressed differently, their auras were the same. They were all strange inspectors, as though they had the same natural king body. And Lin Ling knew two of them. One of them was one of the 20 elites who had passed the semi-finals, and the other was the youth from the Great Serpent residence, Huiyuan, whom he had met while setting up a stall in the Saint Market. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw this person. This person had previously made the Great Serpent residence kill him. Heh, we sure are fated. I never expected you to be so strong. I even thought you were an ant. However, it can be said that out of an exchange of blows, friendship grows. How about we write off our previous grudges? From now on, you will be a friend of the Great Serpent residence. Huiyuan clearly saw Lin Ling and was slightly surprised. Following that, he spoke with a smile. Indeed, he had always thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence. But who would have thought that when his people went to kill Lin Ling, they would be saved by someone from the desolate race? Of course, he guessed that this was because of the desolate race's bloodline, Mo Xiaoyan. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications for the desolate race to appear for him. However, in the 7 profound martial house semi-finals, he had never thought that Lin Ling would also be one of the elites who had participated. Not only that, but Lin Ling had also obtained results that he was proud of. Now, his name had already shaken the rainforest Holy Land. The use of such a proud elite was not small. In addition, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, and had also vented his anger. Thus, he did not plan on killing Lin Ling again. He wanted to give Lin Ling a chance to become friends with the Great Serpent Residence. Brother? Is he a junior that the Great Serpent Residence has been training? Beside Hui Yuan, a youth was puzzled. This youth was one of the 20 elites who had passed the assessment. Hui Yi. Not yet, but the Great Serpent Residence intends to recruit him. Hui Yuan proudly said, as if recruiting Lin Ling was the greatest gift to Lin Ling. Of course, this was also normal. Their Great Serpent Residence was a millennium-old ancient clan of the Rainforest Holy Land. To them, the martial artists of the 100 Domains were no different from lowly commoners. Besides the 5 great ancient kingdoms, they simply did not place any other influences or family clans in their eyes. Lin Ling had a bit of talent, thus he had the qualifications to be recruited by the Great Serpent Residence. Lin Ling, these are your friends? They seem to be very proud of you. Yang Gan looked at Lin Ling and said. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the several youths in front of him. After all, they had come from extraordinary backgrounds, and yet they were arrogant enough to say that they wanted to recruit Lin Ling. No, they're just a few dogs. Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at Hui Yuan as he coldly said these words. Yang Gan was surprised, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He found it strange. How could a proud and arrogant fellow like Lin Ling become friends with some ugly fellows who couldn't see through themselves? If so, then that would be too disappointing. Chapter 862. The Rainforest Holy Land's strongest banquet, the Great Serpent House, is so thick-skinned. They don't even know him, yet he's trying to recruit them. Many people had already gathered around, and many of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene before them. Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? Don't waste the opportunity the Great Serpent House gave you. Or do you still not know what the Great Serpent House represents in the Rainforest Holy Land? Hui Yuan smiled in astonishment, and his expression turned cold. He had thought too highly of himself when he tried to recruit Lin Ling. Not only did Lin Ling not give him face, but he even called them dogs. The Great Serpent House represents my son. Lin Ling smiled coldly and slashed out with the tyrannical song in his hand. You're crazy. Hui Yuan roared. Lin Ling actually attacked after cursing the Great Serpent House. That was too arrogant. His hands moved rapidly as an ancient aura emanated from him. A gigantic purple stone snake appeared behind him, its aura brutal and savage. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the incoming sword slash. However, Hui Yuan had underestimated that slash. With a cracking sound, the purple stone snake exploded in the next instant, its head chopped off. Gurgle. However, the gifted king body of the Great Serpent was indeed powerful. After its head was cut off, its aura flowed like water. It was as if the sun and the moon had merged. A new giant purple snake appeared again. In front of the snake, Hui Yuan's eyes were extremely red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to touch him. Lin Ling, I'm coming too. The heavenly concubine smiled and stood on the cloud leaf. Her jade-like hands formed a beautiful trajectory, and she pulled the void. A black and white halberd appeared, making her look like a goddess of war. She then threw it forward. The mysterious ancient black and white fish appeared, swallowing clouds and mist. It was like a halberd that could split heaven and earth, and it ruthlessly stabbed toward Hui Yuan and the others. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Yang Gan also smiled heroically. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and drew the trajectory of the Big Dipper in the void, then slapped it heavily. The 7 stars Holy King's finger. This martial art was extremely terrifying. The stars were like lightning, and the king was like the heavens, covering the earth. Rumble. The earth in front of them shook, and dust billowed. Hui Yuan and the others' angry roars. They came to participate in the most noble banquet of the Rainforest Holy Land, but they were humiliated at the entrance. Lin Ling, don't go if you dare. Hui Yuan's furious roar could be heard from the billowing dust and smoke. Lin shrugged. Lin, S. And. You. To. STT. To say, to me. To. But. That's right. A cold voice drifted down like a gust of wind. Lin Ling's murderous intent rolled down. To those who wanted to kill Lin Ling, once was enough. Lin Ling would definitely get his revenge. Today was an accident. Lin Ling didn't expect to meet Hui Yuan, so he didn't plan to kill Hui Yuan in front of the sacred palace. But this grudge wouldn't last long. Hui Yuan must die after the competition. That's Lin Ling, the heaven's pride who made a name for himself in the purgatory battlefield. How arrogant. More and more people gathered under the ancient tree. They were all here because of the invitation. Naturally, they were shocked by what they saw. Lin Ling dared to offend the great serpent house in the rainforest Holy Land. He was indeed bold. Now, everyone was watching Lin Ling and the others fly up to the sky, while they could only look up and wait for the next cloud ascension leaf to arrive. It was extremely embarrassing. Even the great serpent house has come. It looks like the sacred palace's banquet is becoming more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting some people up there. Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with interest. Such a grand banquet should be very lively. He should meet many old acquaintances. The boat-like leaf seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It didn't take long for it to come to a stop under a giant tree branch. Although it looked like a tree branch, it was actually more like a road. Lin Ling and the others were shocked by the uncanny workmanship of nature. Following the vast tree branch, it didn't take long for a palace shrouded in mist to appear before their eyes. This palace was like an otherworldly paradise, filled with an ethereal aura. There was a golden leaf above the palace's door, and on it were 3 words, Moon Admiring Palace. This palace wasn't a sacred palace. It was only a moon-admiring palace. But, its magnificence and mystery were enough to broaden one's horizons. At this moment, there was a large number of people in the moon-admiring palace. They were all famous experts in the rainforest's sacred palace. Only they were qualified to step into the ancient tree. Moreover, they were only allowed to enter after the sacred palace agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified at all. The moment he walked into the admiring moon palace, the fragrance of hanging flowers assaulted his nostrils, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. There was even a faint feeling that his cultivation realm had risen. These fragrances seemed to be extremely rare, able to make a cultivator's strength rise along with it. At this moment, there were many people in the palace. They were talking in low voices. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze around. Here, he saw Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan Zunwang of the Justice Duan family, Patriarch Qin Nan of the Great Qin Empire, the 7 martial arts palace masters, and many other top geniuses. Every one of them had unfathomable strength and an incomparably terrifying status. This banquet could be called the most powerful banquet in the rainforest's sacred palace. As Lin Ling walked in, he instantly attracted countless gazes. The 7 profound martial houses mad god, Lin Ling currently, there was no one who didn't know his name. He was at the Middle Emperor's soul realm. No one knew what his strength was, but he was highly valued by the sacred palace. In today's assessment, he had even received a higher evaluation than the second dream. And today, he had also come. The second dream, between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu, who do you think is stronger? Martial House Master Tian Lin was also among them. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, his heart heavy. From the moment that the second dream had been conferred the title of Elder, Lin Ling had risen up in front of his eyes. He had thought that Lin Ling's schemes were fierce, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. But now, he discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to be valued so highly by the sacred palace, he feared that he did indeed have some ability. But as for what that ability was, he couldn't see it. On the surface, Lin Ling is not Tang Tianshu's match. But Lin Ling is a person who doesn't play according to common sense. He is the most difficult to measure, so I can only say that it's 50-50. The second dream quietly said. Then she added, but he is not my match. Her beautiful eyes were dignified as she looked at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the bane of her life. Most importantly, she had never been able to see through Lin Ling's mysteries. This was what made her most depressed. Don't worry, we don't need to wait until the next round. Lin Ling will have a good time now. Martial House Master Tianlin faintly said. He could sense that there were many people here who were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, seeing so many great figures. Why don't you, a small junior, bow? Chapter 863. Who's the one toasting? As for Lin Ling, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant when he first met him at the Dragon Tower. However, Lin Ling had risen up in such a short period of time. Although he had yet to display his strength, his reputation had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land. Therefore, he was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling. Some were smiling, some were cold, some were gloating, and some were worried. There were many important figures here. If Lin Ling said something wrong, it would be easy for them to grab hold of it and deal a heavy blow to him. Lin Ling, ignore him. Hong said anxiously beside Lin Ling. It was better not to say anything at the moment. After all, there were too many experts here. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step until he was in front of Long Aoxiang. He looked at Long Aoxiang indifferently, causing Long Aoxiang to frown slightly. Lin Ling was not afraid of him in front of so many experts. I'm a genius ranked higher than you on the Heaven's Pride roll. Why don't you bow when you see me? Why don't you bow when you see so many important figures? You should know that you're in the rainforest sacred land's sacred palace. How can you be so rude? Long Aoxiang shouted coldly. Clap clap clap. The aura of a peak emperor spirit realm expert bloomed from his body, making him look like a dragon or an emperor. This kid is brave and extraordinary. His future is limitless. Many people from the major forces nodded slightly. Long Aoxiang was one of the few who dared to speak so righteously in the sacred holy palace. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood quietly in front of Long Aoxiang. Then, he nodded and turned to walk to a luxurious table. He picked up a glass of wine on the table and slowly walked to Long Aoxiang. What is he doing? Many people had a mocking expression on their faces. Propose a toast and apologize. In front of the sacred palace, as a junior brother, he naturally has to bow when he sees a senior brother. Moreover, with so many important figures here, if he dares to be arrogant, he will definitely incur the wrath of the major forces in the rainforest sacred land. Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said softly. He didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant here, but that didn't stop him from seeing Lin Ling lose face. That's interesting. I'll go up and make him kneel down and propose a toast. After all, with my status, it doesn't seem difficult to be his senior. Duan Zun Wang of the Justice Duan clan said with a smile. Lin Ling had caused great damage to the Justice Duan clan and even caused the death of Duan Qinwang. How could they not take revenge? Right now, he was just taking back some interest. That was what everyone thought. Lin Ling was toasting and saluting. Long Aoxiang naturally thought the same. He had the noble bloodline of the heavenly dragon. His status was higher than that of a lowly commoner like Lin Ling. He was a genius ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy list. His status was also higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling only had great potential. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, no one knew where this potential came from. It was just Mother Lu who said it, so who knew if it was true or not? To propose a toast, you have to raise both hands and kneel down on one knee. This is the way of respect. Long Aoxiang looked down at Lin Ling and said. At the same time, he was enjoying the gazes of 10,000 people. It was as if he was telling everyone that Lin Ling was arrogant, but that was only in front of the weak. Facing a top heaven's pride like him, Lin Ling still had to kneel down. You're right. The Saint Palace is a sacred place. It's the most dignified place in the 100 territories. No one can blaspheme it here. You have to understand the way of respect. Lin Ling said calmly as he came in front of Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang nodded and said, You understand. Today's matter is being watched by millions of people. Naturally, you have to understand etiquette and respect. Propose a toast. After saying that, he waved his hand casually. However, propose a toast? Lin Ling nodded. He splashed the wine in his hand onto Long Aoxiang's face and said, This toast is for trash like you. The crowd quieted down. They thought that Lin Ling would obediently offer a toast and lower his noble head. But who would have thought that he did not pick up the wine cup to offer a toast? Instead, he spilled the wine on Long Aoxiang's face, which was equivalent to giving him a slap. Do you want to die? Long Aoxiang's face stiffened. He was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. He dared to humiliate him. Was he looking to die? Long Aoxiang. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly let out a loud shout. His previously calm aura quietly changed, as if the calm sea of an ancient well had suddenly turned into a monstrous wave. You are a top 100 heavens pride of the 7 profound martial houses proud list. You are very proud, but who am I? Lin Ling's voice floated out from his mouth like the might of the heavens. Long Aoxiang wanted to humiliate him, but how could Lin Ling allow this to happen? He wanted to humiliate him back. You are only a trash of heaven's pride that didn't even reach the top 100. You have yet to participate in the final round. You will never have the qualifications to stand above me. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and said. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many great figures here, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But even so, he still wanted to teach Lin Ling a good lesson. However, just as his words fell, an icy cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Shut up. When the second dream was conferred the title of Elder, you failed. Who is the new Elder of the 7 profound martial house? The voice was like thunder, shocking Long Aoxiang so much that his pupils shrank. His mind buzzed and he took a step back. He had forgotten that Lin Ling was an elder of the 7 profound martial house. In fact, he hadn't forgotten, he just hadn't cared. No one present had forgotten, but no one cared. After all, Lin Ling was the youngest elder of the 7 profound martial house. But the truth was that many people didn't think of him as an elder, because he was too young. Although no one cared, the status of an elder still existed. In the sacred Saint Palace, an elder was an elder. No matter what kind of proud son of heaven one was, when facing an elder, one had to put away their pride and speak to them in a respectful tone. As for the reason, it was very simple. This was because the elder was your teacher, because the elder's status was higher than yours, and also because this was the most sacred Saint Palace. Tell me, who am I? Lin Ling took a step forwards, his aura magnificent. Me. Long Aoxiang was left speechless. Speak. Lin Ling shouted again. You are an elder of the 7 profound martial house. Long Aoxiang looked all around. He knew that many powerhouses were looking at him, and perhaps even seniors from the Saint Palace were watching, so he had no choice but to speak. Pa. A slap fell on Long Aoxiang's face, burning with pain. Lin Ling had attacked. To have an elder propose a toast in front of everyone, and to have an elder kneel, is this your attitude towards your seniors? Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold, leaving Long Aoxiang speechless. Heavenly Dragon Empire, if the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam will be crooked. Today, in the sacred Saint Palace, you dared to offend your superiors and run amok. In the future, you will inevitably become the source of chaos in the 100 territories. Lin Ling's words caused Lord Long's complexion to become incomparably ugly. In the past, Lord Long had slandered Lin Ling as a demon, a homicidal maniac. Today, Lin Ling had returned the favor, and had even cursed the Heavenly Dragon Empire in front of the Saint Palace. My apologies, Elder. I was negligent before, I admit my mistake. Long Aoxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he still had to speak respectfully. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Today, he had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had lost all face. Stop. But, did he think he could leave just because he wanted to? He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had failed and now he wanted to leave? What else do you want? Long Aoxiang stopped, his back facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. To propose a toast, one must raise both hands and kneel on one knee. This is the way of respect. Lin Ling held his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind. These were the words that Long Aoxiang had said before, and now he had returned them. Chapter 864. To have a strong backbone, you. Long Aoxiang finally turned around with an ugly expression on his face. Lin Ling did not let him off. He wanted him to propose a toast with both hands and on one knee. This was a huge humiliation, not only to him, but also to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The entire palace fell silent. Countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was standing proudly, with complicated expressions on their faces. It was said that Lin Ling could not be humiliated. Otherwise, he would be humiliated 100 times over. That was how he got his name, the Mad God. Now that they had seen him today, they knew that he lived up to his reputation. Even in front of countless experts, Lin Ling was still fearless. He still had a strong backbone. Humiliate him? 10 times the humiliation. Aoxiang, propose a toast. Yes. Long Aoxiang had no choice but to propose a toast. If he refused, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would lose even more face. Going back on one's words, being rude and lacking in manners, it would be fine if it was any other place, but not in the most sacred place, the Saint Palace. After all, this was the core of the rainforest. Even the Holy King might be watching this scene. Most importantly, Lin Ling's current status was higher than Long Aoxiang. Propose a toast? Long Aoxiang roared. He wanted to propose a toast. There were so many people here, including many of his old rivals. He could not throw his face away. Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang said in a low voice. He could not throw his face away either, but he had to do it. Long Aoxiang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to stride forward. He came to the side of the table, picked up his wine cup, and walked towards Lin Ling. In the process, many top geniuses could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. If it were not for the fact that this place was beneath the most sacred Bodhi Saint Palace, they would have long burst out laughing. They were competitors with Long Aoxiang. Now that they saw the proud genius being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Lin Ling, this junior, was much younger than them and his cultivation was much weaker. However, he did what they could not do. This Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Perhaps in the future, he would surpass them. Sister, is this the Lin Ling that Lu Mama, was talking about? At first, I thought that he was a weak man without any manliness. But who knew that his counterattack was so powerful, like a thunderbolt? He didn't fear the presence of the strong and wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. He let the people who humiliated him smash their own feet. Above the palace, on a huge leaf, 2 women were looking forward. There was a leaf as big as a stone table, displaying everything in the palace. This child's king body is of the 8th grade, which isn't the best. I don't know how strong his true meaning of martial arts is. According to his age and cultivation level, I wonder if he has reached half a step into 90%. The white-clothed woman next to him was as cold as a fairy under the moonlight. She spoke indifferently. I'm talking east, but you're talking west. The other woman in red was more lively. I think he's very handsome, and he's also very handsome. Especially his eyes, they give off a pure and clear feeling, but also a deep and mysterious feeling. On the surface, this kid doesn't have any hope in the last round of the 7 Profound Martial House tournament. I don't know why I, Lou Mama, say this. The woman in white lightly said, as if she hadn't heard the woman in red's words. The woman in red rolled her eyes. Her senior apprentice sister was a martial arts maniac. She didn't care about the martial path at all. Of course, a martial arts maniac was obsessed with the martial path. She had no emotions, only martial arts. Such a person could cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. In addition, this woman was a saint child, and had been trained by the Saint Palace since childhood. Since I, Lou Mama, said this, I naturally have my reasons. In any case, I believe her. The woman in red curled her lips. The woman in white lightly shook her head. On the road of martial arts, seeing is believing, hearing is false. Everything that is nothingness, as long as there is no proof, everything can be false. She still didn't believe that Lin Ling was fierce, so she stood firm on her position. You are right, but without proof, how do you know that Lin Ling is weak? The woman in red retorted, causing the woman in white to be speechless. At this moment, in the palace, countless people were looking at Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and walked in front of Lin Ling with a cup of wine in his hand. Just as he was about to offer the cup of wine, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, a toast needs both hands. Don't go too far. Long Aoxiang roared, his voice hoarse, but he still offered the cup of wine with both hands. Kneel on one knee, this is the way of respect. However, Lin Ling spoke again, causing Long Aoxiang's body to tremble. Finally, with a plop, he knelt down on one knee and offered the cup of wine with both hands. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. He slowly took the cup of wine and said, those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Aoxiang, it seems that you cannot soar. This is the evaluation of the 7 Profound Martial House elders. Bang! Pa! Long Aoxiang knelt on one knee, the strength of his anger cracking the stone beneath his knee. His strength was greater than Lin Ling's, but now he had to kneel on one knee before Lin Ling. This sort of humiliation could be imagined. And Lin Ling had said that he would never be able to soar. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. After drinking the wine, he didn't even look at Long Aoxiang as he walked past him. Elder Lin Ling, you have great dignity. To bully a junior like this, it satisfies your sense of superiority. But, don't forget that in front of us, you are also a junior. Although you are an elder, in front of the elders of our 5 great ancient countries, your status as an elder is still a bit weak. Shouldn't you be toasting with both hands and kneeling on one knee? I remember that you said that this is the way of respect. After taking a few steps, a loud voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. There really were many people here who wanted to look good on Lin Ling. Then everyone looked at the speaker and discovered that it was the Justice Duan family's Duan Zunwang. Duan Zunwang, this old man was as mighty as a heavenly general. He was a godlike character of the Justice Duan family. In the past, in the Rainforest Holy Land, he had relied on his invincible Qilin iron fist to establish a mighty reputation. With a single punch, he had killed tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit powerhouses. Duan Zunwang. Lin Ling stopped and coldly looked at Duan Zunwang. This old man and Lord Long had killed Old Man Shao. Seeing him today, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but fill with killing intent. Duan Zunwang, Lin Ling is one of the 24 patriarchs of my great Qin dynasty. Does he need to bow to you? Boom! At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded out. It was the great Qin dynasty's Qin Nan who publicly supported Lin Ling. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a status in the Great Qin dynasty. If Lin Ling was the patriarch of the Great Qin dynasty, then his status wasn't low. He didn't need to bow to Duan Zunwang. Duan Zunwang's face stiffened and he couldn't say anything. He wanted to use his status to make Lin Ling lower his head, but he failed. Toasting with you? In your dreams. I can spray wine all over your face, but do you dare to accept it? Chapter 865. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios' his actions were straightforward, and he attacked as soon as he said he would. Whoosh! The wine was like a sword. The combination of power and spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. Of course, this kind of wine was naturally harmless to Duan Zunwang. He waved his right hand in front of him, and the sword-like wine was swept away by him. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. But what made Duan Zunwang angry was that Lin Ling was like a hoodlum on the street. He didn't care about face, etiquette, or that they were under the sacred palace. He actually dared to spray wine at him. This Lin Ling is crazy. Everyone gasped. After all, no matter who came here, they had to restrain their ferocity. This was also out of respect for the legendary Holy King. Therefore, the strong people here had always been polite. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, they had to find a reasonable excuse. However, Lin Ling didn't play by the rules. He sprayed wine at them, and they couldn't react in time. As expected of a barbarian. You don't care about reason or etiquette. The sacred palace is a sacred place. You stepped on the ancient tree and blasphemed the Bodhi sacred palace. Duan Zunwang roared. Lin Ling's previous spitting of wine made him seethe with anger. After all, although Lin Ling was the patriarch, people with discerning eyes knew that Lin Ling's strength was like an ant to experts like them. You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. Your status is the same as mine, but you overestimated yourself and asked me to kneel down and toast you. Are you old and blind? Lin Ling glared at Duan Zunwang like a ferocious tiger. He finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and threw the cup at Duan Zunwang. This was under the sacred palace. Everyone restrained themselves and behaved politely. However, it didn't mean that they were really righteous. They just wore a mask of hypocrisy. And Lin Ling disdained to wear a mask of hypocrisy. He was angry when he saw Duan Zunwang, so he sprayed wine at him and smashed the cup at him. Duan Zunwang killed Old Man Shao. This was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, a pain that could never be erased. Old Man Shao doted on him, Lin Ling, and supported him. That day, he died an unjust death. Today, when he saw his enemy again, if Lin Ling didn't say anything and even exchanged pleasantries with Duan Zunwang, it would be a blasphemy and insult to Old Man Shao. He, Lin Ling, would never do such a thing. Even if he was chased away by the Saint Palace today, he would still take action. Even if he was currently not Duan Zunwang's match, he would not hold back today. If he didn't like Duan Zunwang, then he would attack. Clang! The wine cup shot towards Duan Zunwang, and was naturally blocked by him again. However, after being provoked by Lin Ling twice, Duan Zunwang's fiery temper could no longer hold back. Like a furious Qilin, his hair stood on end, and he seemed to want to attack. But at the critical moment, a cold voice rang out, "He's trying to goad you into perishing together with him." No one knew who the voice came from, but it was like a basin of cold water that made Duan Zunwang calm down. This was the most sacred and mysterious sacred palace, and no one knew what would happen if he erupted with power. Would he die together with Lin Ling? Or would the Holy King value Lin Ling and let him die in the end? He couldn't afford to gamble on any of this. Lin Ling was acting arrogantly here. He didn't know how the Holy King would treat Lin Ling, but he was certain that the Holy King's attitude towards him would be worse than Lin Ling's. This meant that if he dared to behave atrociously on the sacred ancient tree, he would die. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Ugh. Duanzun Wang's expression was extremely ugly, but he finally sat down. As long as I don't die, you will die for old man Zhao's revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he enunciated each word clearly. This was his promise. The crowd's eyes flickered. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant in the Saint Palace. He seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Duanzun Wang, but Lin Ling was righteous. Old man Xiao was obviously not Lin Ling's relative, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. This showed that he was a man of character. Moreover, he was open and honest, daring to admit his actions without any pretense. This was admirable. What an interesting brat. In every corner of the palace, the experts from the desolate race smiled faintly. Fighting for others, not fearing the heavens and the earth. This was what it meant to be a warrior. Lin Ling, come sit here. Qin Feng was moved. Qin Nan was excited. Even he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Saint Palace. However, Lin Ling dared to, and he did it for his brother Qin Xiao. This made him extremely touched. Old man Xiao had met a good brother. Lin Ling continued to take deep breaths, suppressing his killing intent. Finally, he walked towards Qin Nan. He knew that he was currently not Duanzun Wang's match, but he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to use this old bastard's blood as a sacrifice to old man Xiao. The palace gradually quieted down. Those who wanted to see Lin Ling's performance were also silent. The previous scene proved that they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson at the highest level banquet in the rainforest. However, this was clearly impossible. Lin Ling was a young man with a strong backbone. Even if he offended the Holy King, he would not lower his stubborn backbone. As for whether the Holy King had seen Lin Ling's previous actions, no one knew. Perhaps he had not, or perhaps he had. No one could guess. This kid is brave but not resourceful. He's too impulsive. Impulsive. Back in the palace, the white-clothed woman said faintly. No, he has his own stubbornness, he has his own persistence. That old man Xiao is definitely someone very important to him. The red-clothed woman murmured. She did not know why, but she believed in the blue-white robed youth. Perhaps she and the youth had the same blood feud. Vengeance should be forbearing. The white-clothed woman objected. Wrong, forbearing is an insult to the dead. You have no feelings, you will never understand. Yes. The red-clothed woman was also incomparably stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had no feelings, so she would never understand? Zhueyu, let the 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house enjoy the moon leaves. At this moment, an old voice sounded out from behind the two women. The two women froze for a moment, and then nodded. They also knew that Old Mother Deer's goal today was still the 20 proud sons of heaven. In fact, it should be the second dream, Tang Tianshu, and Lin Ling, who were all under 20 years of age. Then, the white-clothed woman stepped forward. Her white dress was like an immortal fairy, and she disappeared from where she was. In the palace, the white-clothed woman's beautiful figure appeared. 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, follow me. A calm and emotionless voice sounded out in the palace, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. This is your lucky chance. If you miss it, there will be no more. The white-clothed woman said again. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the second dream. It seemed that she believed that this lucky chance was because of the second dream. She had also heard of the second dream. Today, she saw that her talent and beauty were truly fierce, even moving her. If she had been at the second dream's age, her strength would not have been much stronger than the second dream. Lucky chance? Chapter 866. What was martial arts? As for the top geniuses in the palace, their eyes were filled with envy. They had a feeling that the strength of these 20 people would increase tremendously and surpass them. The moon appreciation leaf was a relatively ancient leaf on the ancient tree. It was said that this leaf was the third leaf of the ancient tree that had just grown. As time passed, it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It was now 10,000 years old. The ancient leaf was at the top of the clouds. When the moon was full, it was as if one could reach out and touch the full moon. That was why it was called the moon appreciation leaf. When Lin Ling and his group arrived, they were all shocked. The full moon in the sky was right in front of them. The bright light made them feel as if they had stepped into the moon palace and could reach out and touch the moon. It's the essence of the moon. Looking at the snow-like moonlight, the second dream's eyes sparkled. It was said that the essence of the sun and moon was something that demonic beasts could absorb and grow. It was difficult for humans to sense it, but they could sense it here. This ancient tree was really an excellent place to cultivate. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled as well. He felt that the small world in his body was about to move. It seemed to be absorbing the moonlight in the sky and was constantly expanding. The essence of the moon was also the essence of life. It was very beneficial to a cultivator's body. It's the first time in so many years that the moon appreciation leaf has welcomed so many people. Calm. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to come back to their senses. They looked over and saw that it was the woman in white who was as cold as a fairy. She was about 20 years old, but her strength was unfathomable, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. No one dared to be negligent. After all, she was from the sacred palace. Tonight is the night of the full moon. You have the opportunity to cultivate here and improve your strength to the next level. However, there is a condition. You must answer my question. The woman in white said indifferently, as if she was an otherworldly being. Senior sister, may I know what the question is? The second dream asked on behalf of the group. The woman in white nodded at her. She looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and asked, "What is martial arts?" Huh? Everyone was surprised. What was martial arts? This question has always been my inner demon. Whoever can answer it will be rewarded. The woman in white said again. Many people were excited. Reward? Could this be a reward from the sacred palace? Since the sacred palace was sitting on the ancient tree, this reward must be incomparably precious. The path of martial arts is to be reborn and transcend the limits of man. This is the path of martial arts. One of the geniuses said calmly. It was Hui Yi from the Great Serpent Mansion. Surpassing the limits. Is this what martial arts are like? The woman in white had a blank look in her eyes, but she shook her head. The crowd's eyes flickered. It seemed that this question was very difficult. For a moment, everyone fell silent. And on an even higher leaf of the ancient tree, Old Mother Deer and the red-clothed woman were standing quietly. The red-clothed woman shook her head and said, "Senior Sister Moonchaser is as stubborn as ever. She has asked this question to so many people, but she still hasn't found the answer. She still doesn't know what the martial path is. The martial Tao, the martial Tao. It seems to be two words, but it is also broad and profound. In the vast and ancient times, the more one investigates its origins, the more confused one becomes. Moonchaser has fallen into his own heart demon." However, Old Mother Deer shook her head. It looked like a mental demon, but it was also the heart of martial arts. Especially for the martial fanatic Shi Zhueyue, it was the direction of her life. After all, Shi Zhueyue did not have emotions, only martial arts. Now that her direction had disappeared, Shi Zhueyue naturally wanted to find that lost direction. However, everyone's martial path was different. Could she get an answer by asking others? It was obviously impossible. The martial path is the heavens. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It was the second dream's voice. Heavens? The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up. What is the heavens? The second dream frowned and was momentarily unable to answer. The others were even more confused. They had heard the word martial path since they were young, but they could not say what the martial path was. The heavens are all around us. The wind is the heavens, the clouds are the heavens, and the earth is the heavens. The so-called martial path is to break through the heavens. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's voice sounded. It was filled with arrogance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to light up even more. Faintly, she seemed to have understood, but it seemed to be even more vague. The second dream, Tang Tianshu's perception is very high. Mother Benlu said faintly. What was the martial path? Everyone had their own opinions, but there was always one that was the best, and the geniuses with good perception would be able to find the best answer. The second dream said that the heavens were the heavens. Then what was the heavens? Tang Tianshu said that everything around him was the heavens. If a martial artist wanted to break through the restraints and rules around him, then he would have surpassed the heavens, and the restraints and rules would be the heavens. Their answers were very good. Amazing. The other geniuses nodded. They had also understood something, and there were even signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation level. It was as if they had figured out something. Senior sister, can the reward be shared between the two of us? Tang Tianshu smiled faintly. In fact, he had read this question in an ancient book when he was young, so he had a rough idea of the answer. Now, they seemed to have solved the obsession in the mysterious woman's heart, so they could receive the reward from the sacred palace. Yes, the reward is a drop of Bodhi's liquid. The woman in white nodded slightly. Her words shocked many people. The Bodhi's liquid was said to be the liquid of an ancient tree. Those who consumed it could expand their spiritual sea and give birth to spiritual power. It could also allow one's body to break through the mortal body and enter the sacred palace. One's strength would increase tremendously, and it could further increase one's strength. The Bodhi's liquid represented the vitality and essence of an ancient tree. If used to break through the cultivation level, there would be no side effects, and one's foundation would still be incomparably solid. The second dream and Tang Tianshu were so lucky. Unfortunately, although they wanted it, they did not have the perception of the other two geniuses. The others will also receive a drop. At this time, the woman in white's words floated out again, and everyone was overjoyed. They would also receive a reward? It seemed that the sacred palace was focusing on nurturing them this time. Everyone would receive a drop, while the second dream and Tang Tianshu would receive 2 drops. They would receive greater benefits. Nonsense. However, at this time, a frivolous voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. The woman in white frowned and looked at the person who spoke. She was instantly displeased. It's Lin Ling. Many people looked at the young man who spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Ling, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. This is an ancient tree, and it will not tolerate your blasphemy. If you are unhappy, get out of here yourself. Tang Tianshu shouted angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he was spouting nonsense. Shut up, trash. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain, and his gaze fell on the woman in white. He then said indifferently, you are from the sacred palace, but you don't even know what martial arts is. What martial arts are you practicing? His voice was cold and reprimanding. The woman in white was stunned. Lin Ling, a junior of the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, dared to reprimand her? How arrogant. The other geniuses were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding a cultivator from the sacred palace. Anyone who practices martial arts knows what martial arts is, but you don't. You are trash. Chapter 867. Increase in strength. Lin Ling, remember your place. The second dream reprimanded. Lin Ling seemed to always stand out, which made her very unhappy. Let him speak. However, the white-robed lady interrupted the second dream and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. What is the martial Tao? The martial Tao is you. Lin Ling looked straight at the woman in white, and his voice was resolute and decisive. The martial Tao is her? Many people's eyes flickered, and they were even more confused. If the martial Tao was the sky, then all martial artists were chasing after it and trying to surpass it, then it was understandable. However, the martial Tao was themselves. What did this mean? Interesting, this is the first time I've heard such an answer. Above the ancient tree, Mother Deer suddenly smiled and looked forward to the answer. You are the one who is talking nonsense. The martial Tao is ourselves, then why are we chasing after it? The martial Tao is the sky. This is something that everyone knows. Tang Tianshu's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's rebuttal had caused his prize to fly away like a duck. How could he not be angry? Tang Tianshu? A frog in a well. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain. When I was young, the Gu Yen sect was my sky. My goal was to break through that sky. However, when I reached that sky, I realized that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was that sky. Thus, I continued to work hard, trying to surpass that sky. When I reached the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, I realized that the rainforest sacred ground was that sky. The endless sky, with no end. This is just a lie from the sky. Boom. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The sky's lie? When they thought about it, it was indeed so. When they were still moon guards, they thought that the prodigies were the sky above them. However, when they became prodigies, they realized that the Saint Palace was their sky. However, when they became Saint Sons of the Saint Palace, they realized that there was still a sky above them. This was the sky's lie, and they were always running. According to what you said, if we always respect the sky, we will always be at the same place? The second dream frowned. Reverence? That's because you're trash. If you think there's a sky, then there's a sky. If you think there's no sky, then there's no sky in this world. Lin Ling looked at the second dream and said indifferently, which made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling's goal was so huge, it seemed to surpass the heavens. If you believe that there is a sky, then there is a sky. If you believe that there is no sky, then there is no sky in this world. Lawless, heaven and earth alone. The moon admiring leaves fell silent. Although many people were unconvinced by Lin Ling, it was undeniable that Lin Ling's words were absolutely reasonable. Martial Tao is the self. What a martial artist does is not to surpass the empty sky, but to surpass oneself. The sky is not as big as me, so why should I fear the sky? If there is no sky in my heart, why should I surpass it? What I want to surpass is myself. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, but this time, it was like a gust of wind that swept through everyone's hearts. If there is no sky in my heart, then I am the martial Tao. The woman in white murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The stubbornness that she had been suppressing in her heart all this time seemed to have been dispelled at this moment. After all, to surpass the sky was to enter the lie of the sky. She had been chasing after the sky for her entire life and had forgotten about herself. However, the martial Tao was the self, so she had to surpass herself. Lin Ling, you're stronger than I thought. Finally, the woman in white raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. She then bowed and saluted. Previously, she had always thought that the second dream was the strongest, but today, she realized that Lin Ling was the most mysterious. Seeing was believing. She had seen it with her own eyes. Whoosh! A jade bottle shot towards Lin Ling. It was 2 drops of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling received it with a smile. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were ugly. The duck that was in their hands had flown away. Lin Ling had given the best answer. Lawless, I'm the only one in the world. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out. Mother Earth Deer and the woman in red floated down quietly. Many people saluted them respectfully. It seems that the era is about to begin. The first batch of sky prides nurtured by the sacred palace is indeed powerful. Mother Earth Deer looked at Lin Ling with admiration. The era is about to begin? Many people's eyes flickered. In fact, they were also puzzled. Although there were 3 sky prides under the age of 20 in this year's semi-finals and they were more dazzling than usual, it wasn't strange for the sacred palace to pay attention to them. But now, the sacred palace was paying more attention to them than they had imagined. Not only were they allowed to absorb the essence of the moon, they were even rewarded with a drop of Bodhi liquid. This was too abnormal. There are many things that you don't need to know now. But if I don't tell you, you will be puzzled. So, I'll just tell you roughly. The Heavenly Fall era is about to begin. At that time, the geniuses will rise and the extraterritorial demons will arrive. Mother Earth Deer said solemnly. The main reason why the sacred palace was nurturing sky prides was that the Heavenly Fall era was about to begin. At that time, the 6 sacred grounds would face a great calamity. So, they would focus on nurturing sky prides to fight against external enemies. Milky Way Compass Diagram. Mother Earth Deer waved her hand and the starry sky filled with illusions. It was a great battle between gods and demons. Many people looked at the sky and gradually understood. The 6 sacred grounds were about to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. At that time, there would be extraterritorial wars. So, the Bodhi Sacred Palace had started nurturing the top sky prides. And they just happened to be in time. So, they were the first batch of sky prides to be nurtured. With the Sacred Palace nurturing, the 20 of you will be reborn. You will surpass many of the top sky prides of the older generation. Seize the opportunity. 3 days later, let the Rainforest Sacred Ground see your results. Mother Earth Deer said again. Many people nodded excitedly. They were lucky to be nurtured by the Sacred Palace for the first time. This meant that after they left, their strength would increase greatly. The older generation of sky prides would be jealous. And the final round of the competition 3 days later would be the strongest in the history of the Rainforest Sacred Ground. The battle strength displayed in the competition would probably reach the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. And those present were all sky prides who had been through many trials and tribulations. They were confident in themselves. As long as they had enough resources, they wouldn't be afraid of the older generation of sky prides. Pa pa pa. All of them sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. They absorbed the essence of the moon in the sky. After all, this was a once-a-year opportunity with a full moon. Moreover, they had the Bodhi liquid and were about to be reborn. Of course, before cultivating, they looked at each other and looked forward to surpassing each other in 3 days' time. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged and absorbed the essence of the moon. Then, he gritted his teeth and used all his vitality to open the small worlds in his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling already had a large amount of vitality and spiritual energy stored in his body. With the addition of the rare essence of the moon, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Thunder rumbled and numerous small worlds erupted. His strength also increased crazily. After Lin Ling swallowed a drop of Bodhi liquid, a total of 20,000 small worlds awakened, allowing his strength to reach 20 million. Moreover, they were all small worlds of fire. This allowed his true intent of fire to reach the peak. True intent of full perfection. Next would be profound. Chapter 868. The final round, there's still one more drop of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He swallowed it again and attacked his Dantian's Dao platform. This time, he was going to use it to break through to the next level. His Dantian rumbled and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform rumbled. Finally, it exploded. The ancient liquid seemed to have a spirit of its own and fused the fragments together. A new Vermilion Bird Dao platform appeared. Lin Ling's king body seemed to have been cleansed by the Bodhi liquid and stepped into the ranks of the 9 Truths fire. This was a 9th grade king body. So strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Step by step, he watched the new Vermilion Bird Dao platform condense. But at the critical moment, he stopped the Vermilion Bird Dao platform from fusing. He didn't plan to break through to the next level immediately. After all, the other geniuses would be much stronger in the next 3 days. Therefore, he had to keep a trump card for himself. Therefore, on the surface, Lin Ling was still in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But in reality, he could break through to the next level at any time. And this was the effect of the Bodhi liquid. If it were any other method, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. After all, if he stopped at the critical moment, he would be courting death. But the Bodhi liquid could. This ancient vitality liquid was repairing Lin Ling's Vermilion Bird Dao platform at any time, preventing it from collapsing. Time passed quietly. Everyone broke out of their cocoons and became butterflies. Rumble. Many people broke through to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The Bodhi liquid was indeed a rare treasure. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't nervous at all. His current king body was a 9th grade king body. He could control the 9 truths lotus, and his true meaning of fire had reached perfection. This was the most frightening thing. Coupled with the rise of the 20,000 small worlds in his body, his true meaning of sword had reached 100% completion. Although it hadn't reached perfection, with 2 peak true meanings of martial, he was confident that he was invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Others might have a stronger king body than him, but his true meaning of martial was stronger. Under the nourishment of the 2 drops of Bodhi liquid, his soul force had greatly increased. In this trip to the ancient tree, he was the one with the greatest harvest. In the semi-finals of the strongest 3 days later, he, Lin Ling, wanted to be the champion. After a long time, everyone stood up with deep smiles on their faces, but they didn't say anything. Clearly, their strength had increased, but they didn't show it. They wanted to give their opponents a shocking blow in the semi-finals. Everyone had hidden their trump cards. Everyone's strength could enter the top 100 of the prodigy roll. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. After Second Dream stood up, she looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and said plainly. Lin Ling was slightly surprised, but he nodded and walked forward. The 2 of them left the moon-gazing leaves and walked along the branches. They came to a more remote branch. The Second Dream was wearing a black cloak. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she looked into the distance. It was a beautiful scene. If Lin Ling didn't have a grudge against her, Lin Ling would have thought that the Second Dream was an innocent and naive girl. I'm sorry for what I did to your brother. But you know the reason. I don't have any grudges against you or your brother. I'm the disciple of the Mansion Master, so I have to follow his orders. The Second Dream's voice was as gentle as the wind. Lin Ling remained silent. The Second Dream turned around slowly and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. It was as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Actually, I didn't want to say this to you. But your strength and mysteriousness have gradually forced me to take you seriously. So, what I want to say is, why don't we stop being enemies and become friends? This was her goal. She was very intelligent. If Lin Ling was still an ant, then she would still kill him. But Lin Ling was not. Lin Ling was an existence even more terrifying than the Sakra. The Second Dream had great ambitions and could endure humiliation. She knew that if she fought with Lin Ling, no matter who lost, she wouldn't obtain any benefits. So, she weighed the pros and cons of this battle, and decided that it was better not to fight. After all, she had come to the Saint Palace today and had seen a higher sky. She wanted to go further. The 7 profound martial house was no longer her goal. No. Lin Ling softly said, steadying his position. Why? The Second Dream frowned and asked. No one has ever attacked my family. After attacking me, they turned from an enemy to a friend. A wrong is a wrong, and they must pay the price for what they have done. Lin Ling faintly glanced at the Second Dream, and then turned and left. Second Dream looked at Lin Ling's back and said coldly, "You're a rare genius, I don't want you to die here. Maybe I don't want our battle to end too soon because it's not fair to you, but you still want to fight. I promise you, but you will die. I tried to persuade you before because I didn't want you to die. We have different positions, and that's why we hate each other, but I don't want to kill you. You don't have the strength to kill me." As Lin Ling disappeared into the distance, his voice drifted over. "What I have before, and now I have even more." The Second Dream sighed and shook her head. On her delicate face, her eyes had turned pitch black, making anyone who looked at her feel fear. After the trip to the ancient tree, her strength seemed to have greatly increased. Therefore, she was confident that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping her hand. But it was because of this confidence that she didn't want to fight with Lin Ling again. She didn't want Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling, this ordinary youth, had given her far too many shocks. In her entire life, he was the person who had shocked her the most. At this moment, above the moon-admiring leaf, all of the proud sons of heaven began to leave one after another. But in the palace, all of the great figures were still waiting. As they watched the proud sons of heaven walk down, some of the powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. They could feel that these 20 people had undergone earth-shaking changes. Lucky chance, they had encountered the best lucky chance. So, the semi-finals of the Rainforest Holy Land will begin. I fear that the degree of excitement will not be inferior to the Proud Son of Heaven rankings finals. Many people were excited. These 20 newly risen proud sons of heaven had opened a new era. 3 days quietly passed. The semi-finals of the 7 profound martial house began once again, shocking the world. Everyone knew that these 20 proud sons of heaven were the proud sons of heaven that had been raised by the Saint Palace. They had obtained a lucky chance, and their strength had greatly increased. Therefore, this semi-finals would be unprecedentedly fierce. They wanted to see just how dazzling the first batch of geniuses that had been raised by the Saint Palace would be. Early in the morning, the crowd of heroes gathered. The peak proud sons of heaven of each of the major martial halls were already waiting. What they wanted to know the most was just which of these 20 people had surpassed them and walked on top of their heads, becoming the most dazzling peak proud son of heaven of the 7 major martial halls. Of course, this was only a guess. They still believed that these 20 people had not surpassed them. Lively, this is the most lively proud son of heaven rankings in history. The crowd looked at the bustling square and began to talk. The Second Dream, Tang Tianshu, and the others have arrived. Chapter 869. Elimination Round. 20 figures stood quietly on the square, as if they were standing on a divine platform. Some were as steady as a mountain, some were as destructive as a sofa, and some were as vast as the ocean. Every one of them had a different aura. It was as if 20 pillars of light had descended from the sky, making them exceptionally dazzling. These 20 people were no longer the same 20 people from before. Many people weren't even sure if the Second Dream would still be the most dazzling existence in the semi-finals. After all, everyone had undergone earth-shattering changes. Junior brother Nangong, you can do it. Your martial intent should have reached 90%. In the silence, a top genius couldn't help but cheer. Nangong Xiong used to be his junior brother, and he had doted on him a lot. Today, Nangong Xiong was finally going to rise, and as his senior brother, he had to fight for his honor. That's Nangong Xiong's senior brother, Lu Ru, a top genius. He's at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm and is ranked in the 60s. Many people looked at the genius who spoke and said, "Senior brother Lu, you're still in the process of comprehending 100% true meaning. Junior brother can give you a word of advice. Search for the origin of martial arts and learn all the monarch rank martial arts. This will be beneficial to you. Whether or not your strength can rise again will depend on your comprehension ability and diligence." Out of the 20 people in the square, a tall and thin youth said lightly. He was Nangong Xiong. Advice? The crowd was stunned. In the past, Nangong Xiong was Lu Ru's junior brother, and Lu Ru often gave him advice. But now, Nangong Xiong seemed to be giving advice to Lu Ru. Did this mean that Nangong Xiong had surpassed his senior brother and was ranked in the 60s? Lu Ru's expression changed. His junior brother had become stronger, but he wasn't as respectful as before. Instead, he was arrogant, as if he had become his senior brother. Did the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree really make his junior brother so strong? Maybe this is what cultivators call an epiphany. The Bodhi liquid is indeed a rare treasure. Some of the stronger cultivators were shocked. They could sense the aura of a master from Nangong Xiong. Obviously, the Bodhi ancient tree had opened his spiritual ocean, greatly increasing his comprehension. If Nangong Xiong was already like this, then the other geniuses must have gained a lot as well. The semi-finals. Moreover, everyone knew that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was also paying close attention to this competition. After all, this was the first time the Sacred Palace was nurturing a genius, and they wanted to know the results. Perhaps the genius who won first place would still be rewarded by the Sacred Palace and enter the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, the elderly voice in the sky drifted over from afar. Those who enter the top 5 will be rewarded with another drop of Bodhisattva liquid by the Bodhi Saint Palace. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to head to the Bodhi Saint Palace to train once. Many people were incomparably envious. These 20 geniuses were really too lucky. They had already received rewards before, and now, the winners of the semi-finals would also receive rewards. This made people jealous. The 20 geniuses' pupils shrank, and the fighting spirit in their hearts began to boil. They wanted to obtain first place and go to the Bodhi Sacred Palace that no one had ever gone to before. The Sacred Palace is really mysterious. Although I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, I still cannot freely move about. So in this competition, I must obtain first place. Lin Ling gripped his fists. If he obtained first place, not only would he obtain a reward, but if he could obtain the favor of the Bodhi Sacred Palace, then even Martial House Master Skylin would not dare to casually move against him. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, the Duan family, and the Great Serpent Palace, he would not need to fear them. This was also a powerful status token. So in order to obtain first place, Lin Ling would stake it all. The semi-finals of the strongest begin. Finally, the ancient voice sounded out. The entire square was in an uproar, and the blood of countless people boiled. Ka ka ka. The earth surged, and countless glass-like fragments appeared. They were gorgeous and colorful, forming a jade-glazed space. This space was incomparably large, and there was a crystal-glazed martial platform. The Nihility martial platform has appeared. This was an eye-opener for many people. This was a top martial platform that could withstand the attacks of a Saint Spirit powerhouse. It was very suitable for the semi-finals. After all, the strength of the semi-finals' proud sons of heaven had already reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm. The semi-finals will adopt an elimination system. Losing a match will result in elimination. The proud sons of heaven will draw lots to choose their opponents, and the winner will remain. After 10 people remain, the rules will change. The ancient voice sounded out in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Even the 20 proud sons of heaven had looks of incomparable surprise. Elimination tournament? Losing a match meant being eliminated. There was no chance at all. The semi-finals were indeed cruel, but this was also normal. They were the elites of the elites, and they had also gone through the assessment. Therefore, it was good that they survived. Not only that, but the elimination system also depended on luck. The proud son of heaven that drew lots had the best luck, because he had the qualifications to choose his opponent. It's about to begin. Fight, fight, fight. All the disciples of the martial hall, millions of people, were watching the tournament in the holy city. Various large factions, ancient countries, the desolate race, and reclusive experts were also watching the tournament in the holy city. There were restaurants and markets that used special memory stones to reflect everything that happened in the tournament. As this tournament concerned the Bodhi sacred palace, it had alarmed the sacred rainforest. As for the 20 proud sons of heaven, they ignored the voices outside and rested by the side of the Nihility martial platform. They were prepared to replenish their energy so that they could release a dazzling light. Drawing lots depends on luck. Hong and Lin Ling sat in a corner. Hong said with a frown. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid, her cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. Furthermore, her martial intent and talent king body had increased accordingly. It could be said that she had broken out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. Trash like you are the ones who rely on luck. Why should I rely on luck? Even if others were to draw lots, they would not dare to challenge me so easily. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, a prideful voice was heard. It was the great serpent Manners Hui. This person had been humiliated by Lin Ling under the ancient tree not long ago. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he naturally would not give him any face. This person is so rude. Hong said with a frown. She was only speaking to Lin Ling, so what did it have to do with that person? He's just a trash snake bloodline. He hasn't embarrassed himself enough before, and now he wants to embarrass himself again. If I'm drawn, I'll be the first to fight him. Lin Ling said without even looking at Hui. He knew that Hui was deliberately provoking him to vent his anger. However, why would the current Lin Ling be afraid of him? Then if I'm drawn, my first opponent will also be you. Hui's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than he was in the previous tournament. Alright, no matter who is drawn, our first opponent will be each other. Hong exuded a confident aura as she looked at Hui without fear. This caused Lin Ling to be startled. Was Hong no longer afraid of Hui? It must be because of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree that her strength had increased by several times. Chapter 870. The second dream. Let the drawing of lots begin. Countless discussions soared into the sky. However, in the end, an aged voice came from the sky, causing the entire vast land to become silent. It was time to draw lots. I wonder who's the luckiest to get the first lot. The clouds in the sky rolled and quietly formed 3 giant names. The second dream. Good luck. The second dream is so lucky. The entire square was silent for a moment. Then, all sorts of voices rang out. The second dream smiled and her beautiful eyes fell on the dozen or so geniuses. The geniuses' expressions became complicated. Some of them had confident smiles on their faces, as if they weren't afraid of this battle. Some of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they still valued the second dream. Some of them were uneasy, as if they were afraid of being chosen by the second dream. No matter what kind of expression they had, it was clear that the second dream was still the opponent that they did not want to meet the most. These geniuses want to get first place with such a mentality. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He looked at the second dream calmly and was not afraid to fight the second dream in the first battle of the semi-finals. Because he knew that he would have to face the second dream sooner or later. Many people looked at the second dream and wondered who the second dream would choose. Would it be Lin Ling? Very likely. Lu Fei. The second dream's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, and she took a deep look at Lin Ling. However, in the end, her calm voice drifted out of her mouth. She had chosen her opponent. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged again. The second dream did not seem to want to fight him so soon. Perhaps the second dream wanted to save the most crucial moment for the battle. The other geniuses relaxed. Although they were confident and were not afraid of the second dream, it would be better if they did not meet the second dream at the beginning. After all, even if they won, it would be a narrow victory. If someone else challenged them in the next round, they would not be able to maintain their best condition and would be in a very dangerous situation. These geniuses were all very smart. They knew that it was best to fight the strongest geniuses at the end. It was not suitable to fight the strongest at the beginning. Damn it, she chose me. Does she think I'm a pushover? All I did was flirt with her behind her back. Today, she came for revenge. Lin Ling slapped her 3 times back then. The second dream did not eliminate Lin Ling first. The genius named Lu Fei's expression was extremely ugly. He was very unwilling to accept this. He thought that the second dream would eliminate Lin Ling first. In the end, it was him. Lin Ling was really lucky. Junior sister, the second dream, since you want to fight me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, you will die on the martial stage. Lu Fei strode towards the martial stage. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. Fortunately, he had benefited greatly from the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. He was now 60% confident that he could defeat the second dream. After all, he estimated that his strength had doubled. You will be defeated in 1 move. The second dream did not say much. Her black dress fluttered as she floated towards the crystal martial stage. She placed her hands behind her back and looked indescribably spirited. You! Lu Fei was furious. He had been reborn and was not afraid of any peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. But the second dream still ignored him and made him lose his momentum with a single sentence. Begin. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded. Make your move, or you will not have a chance. The second dream said softly. I am at the same cultivation level as you. Do you think I won't have a chance? Lu Fei laughed contemptuously. The second dream still wanted to break his will to fight? Then I will make my move. The second dream's expression was still calm. Her hands danced like willow branches, carrying with them the charm of heaven and earth. Dream of the wilderness. A cold voice came out from the second dream's mouth. The martial arts in her hands were even stranger. It was as if she had opened the door to the wilderness. Endless black light flowed out, turning half of the martial stage into a world of darkness. What is that? The crowd was shocked. What a strange martial art. Martial intent. I'm afraid she has reached 100% mastery. It has a trace of profound energy. Some of the stronger cultivators said solemnly. As expected of the second dream. It was difficult to see through her. While others had doubled their strength under the Bodhi ancient tree, she had tripled it. Moreover, as far as they knew, only the 7 most powerful prodigies of the 7 major martial arts had cultivated to 100% true intent of martial. Moreover, there were less than 10 of them. The most terrifying thing was that second dream wasn't even 20 years old. Pa! The black light flowed out like a tide. However, it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Only the sound of the second dream's footsteps could be heard. She left the martial stage step by step. What's wrong? Many people were puzzled. Then, the announcement of the result was heard. The second dream wins. Lu Fei dies. Killing her opponent in 1 move meant that the competition of 20 people had become 19 people. Terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Lu Fei had wanted to kill the second dream, but he was killed by the second dream in 1 move. It was all very ironic. The second dream had said that she would end it in 1 move, and indeed she did. The Bodhi ancient tree is indeed a rare treasure. The second dream's strength is not weaker than mine. Yang Gan frowned as he looked at the girl in the black dress from afar. The people beside him narrowed their eyes. Yang Gan's strength was incomparably terrifying on the Heaven's Chosen list. However, he said that the second dream was not weaker than him. The increase in strength of the second dream was too exaggerated. The first battle ended very quickly. It did not even take half an hour. However, the crowd was not surprised. Instead, they were looking forward to the second battle. They wondered who would be lucky enough to draw the second lot. After all, the earlier one drew the lot, the more opponents they would have to choose from. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds rolled and 3 names appeared. It was the second lucky genius to draw the lot, Xiang Tianxiao. This guy is lucky. Many people looked at a short and skinny young man. That young man narrowed his eyes and then laughed excitedly. He had drawn the lot, which meant that he could choose his opponent. It seems that luck is also very strange. At the beginning, luck fell on the second dream, who was the strongest. Then, it appeared on Xiang Tianxiao, who was the weakest. It seems that luck has taken care of both the strong and the weak. The remaining geniuses smiled faintly. They were not too nervous. They were even looking forward to Xiang Tianxiao challenging them. After all, Xiang Tianxiao was not as terrifying as the second dream. All 20 geniuses have increased their cultivation level. However, there are 3 who did not. They are Tang Tianshu, Lin Ling, and Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Tianxiao is only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The crowd stared at the short young man and then looked forward to who Xiang Tianxiao would challenge. Who should I choose? Xiang Tianxiao's small eyes looked at the geniuses. According to his intuition, he should challenge Nan Gongxiong. After all, he had fought Nan Gongxiong before and Nan Gongxiong was no match for him. Although his cultivation level had increased, he should still be able to defeat Nan Gongxiong. Chapter 871. Challenging the bottom line. His gaze wandered between Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong as he hesitated. The crowd also saw his gaze and shook their heads. Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong seemed to be at the mercy of others. Whether they were eliminated or left alive, it all depended on each other. Xiang Tianxiao, challenge me if you have the ability. Nan Gongxiong's face turned ugly. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon. Lin Ling didn't say a word from beginning to end, his face was indifferent. Lin Ling. Perhaps because of Lin Ling's silence, Xiang Tianxiao chose Lin Ling in the end. Lin Ling's cultivation realm didn't increase and Xiang Tianxiao's strength didn't increase either. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It seems that using Bodhi liquid to cultivate also depends on one's talent and opportunity. Some people have an epiphany and some people are stuck in the same place. Lin Ling was already a dark horse. Maybe his potential has been exhausted, so the Bodhi liquid won't be of much help to him. Many people stared at Lin Ling and analyzed. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family and the other major powers, many people sneered. They weren't surprised at all. After all, the same pill could be consumed by different people. Lin Ling might be the weakest of the 20, so it wasn't strange. Of course, Lin Ling might also be the strongest after consuming the pill. But they didn't want to admit it, so they kept thinking of the worst. Not to mention, Lin Ling's current cultivation realm didn't change, so they naturally thought of the worst. Lin Ling, come up. Xiang Tianxiao leaped onto the martial arts platform and waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he leaped onto the martial arts platform. Are you angry because I chose you? Xiang Tianxiao was short. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile on his face. No. Lin Ling calmly nodded. He knew that someone would challenge him sooner or later. There was nothing to be angry about. Is that so? That's good. Xiang Tianxiao had his hands behind his back as he walked on the martial platform. He did not attack Lin Ling, which made many people extremely puzzled. Lin Ling, in the previous purgatory battlefield, you were the biggest dark horse, and I was also one of the dark horses, so I won't underestimate you. Xiang Tianxiao said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the end, he said impatiently, since you chose me, then make your move. Why the rush? Xiao Tianxiao laughed faintly. His laughter was extremely strange, making people feel extremely disgusted. Xiao Tianxiao, was he laughing towards the sky? Moreover, he didn't make a move, yet he said so much. What was he trying to do? I know that you brought the Fire Ancient clan to the rainforest sacred land. However, your Fire Ancient clan has a lot of beauties. If you lose, you will reward me with all the beauties of your Fire Ancient clan. How about that? Also, you seem to have a good relationship with your grandfather. Since you've lost, let your grandfather be my slave. I'm the top genius of the Tree Nation and have many slaves. I'll be very happy to have your grandfather as my slave. I remember that you have a fiancée in the Fire Ancient clan called Qin Xiaolan. She will be my wife too. Xiang Tianshao walked slowly along the martial platform. His steps started to become strange, as if he was drunk. Damn it. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan looked at him angrily. That short and ugly genius was too abominable. He actually wanted them to be his slaves. He looks ugly, and his words are also ugly. As the saying goes, one's family should not be blamed for their sins. He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Lin Ling. Why is he slandering Lin Ling's family? Many people looked at Xiang Tianshao with displeasure. They couldn't understand why Xiang Tianshao would do that. Only the geniuses who were familiar with Xiang Tianshao knew that he was a very sinister and cunning person. Even if he was stronger than his opponent, he would never defeat his opponent fair and square. He was a person who would do anything to win. Even if he was the center of attention today, he would still win in a very sinister manner. This was Xiang Tianshao. Cursing Lin Ling like that wasn't seeking death. Instead, he was trying to infuriate Lin Ling and make Lin Ling lose his rationality. Xiang Tianshao wasn't stupid enough to curse people casually. Sometimes, in order to win, he would even pretend to be dead and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, what do you think? Xiang Tianshao was still walking on the martial platform. On the martial platform, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Without saying anything, he took a step forward and chased after Xiang Tianshao. His fist punched out. Pop! 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 The air was torn apart by the fist, but the fist missed. Xiang Tianshao's body appeared on the other side in an extremely mysterious manner. Drunken steps, intoxicating the world. It's a very powerful movement technique. The eyes of many experts flashed. It was the lost drunken steps in the rainforest sacred ground. Lin Ling, your wife is very beautiful. I'm imagining the feeling of touching her skin. It will definitely be as delicate as milk. On the martial platform, Xiang Tianshao's smiling voice was still drifting out. Moreover, there was also laughter. Kiki. The laughter was extremely unpleasant to the ears. It would make people furious after hearing it. However, when you chased after Xiang Tianshao would use the drunken steps to walk on the martial platform and attack you with his mouth. Many people finally realized Xiang Tianshao's intentions. They despised him in their hearts. In order to win, Xiang Tianshao actually kept on making Lin Ling angry. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose his rationality. I've said so much, but you didn't say a word? The voice was still drunk, and it was accompanied by laughter. However, Lin Ling had already stopped. His handsome face was cold. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I said, in the battle between you and me, the loser will be eliminated. You came up with so many schemes and tricks. Do you want to die? Xiang Tianshao's heart trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have realized his intentions, but he also seemed to be angry. He laughed even more loudly. Yes, I'm playing with you. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Come and kill me. His voice seemed to echo endlessly, like a clown laughing. Not to mention Lin Ling, even many spectators were angry in their hearts. However, Xiang Tianshao was looking forward to this scene. The angrier Lin Ling was, the more advantageous it would be for him. He would take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness to give him a fatal blow. Your drunken steps are very strange. Your body is drunk, and you are drunk. You can sense your opponent's mood and use it to escape your opponent's killing intent. This movement martial art is really strange. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling seemed to be very angry, but he still seemed to be very calm. They didn't know that the angrier Lin Ling was, the calmer Lin Ling was, and the more terrifying Lin Ling was at that time. Yes, your insight is very powerful. But do you have a way to break it? If you don't, you can't do anything to me. On the martial arts platform, Xiang Tianxiao's short, clown-like figure weaved in and out of existence, leaving behind many afterimages. This martial art is indeed strange, but it has a huge flaw, and that is stepping on the ground. Lin Ling finally raised his eyes. His eyes were cold and murderous. He raised his right foot high, and like a giant elephant heavily stomping on the ground, 20 million points of strength exploded. Boom! Chapter 872. Why not laugh? Whoosh! At the same time, a sword-like figure shot forward with the help of the shaking stage. Sword steps. What? Xiang Tianxiao's expression changed. His drunken steps was mysterious and complicated, but its weakness was that he had to step on the ground. Now that the ground was shaking, his drunken steps had temporarily failed. Although it was not even enough for a breath, for a top genius, less than a breath's time was enough to change a lot. A figure shot forward and appeared in front of Xiang Tianxiao. His fist was like the fist of an ancient god. Drunken god's body. Xiang Tianxiao's pupils constricted. His body twisted as if he was drunk. Against the norm, he tried to forcefully avoid the fist. Boom! However, the fist still hit his abdomen, but at the critical moment, he removed a lot of the force. Forget laughter technique. Instead of retreating, Xiang Tianxiao's expression turned cold. His mouth was wide open, and a lot of laughter came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. The laughter was very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were disappointed, and some were decadent. It was a combination of all kinds of laughter. Soul power attack. Obviously, during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, he did not use the Bodhi liquid to increase his cultivation level. Instead, he constantly strengthened his soul power. What a strong soul power. Many people in the square rubbed their ears, feeling that the world was filled with the sound of laughter. It was enough to drive people crazy, and they had a splitting headache. This also meant that although Xiang Tianxiao's cultivation level was low, his strength was not weak at all. That kind of attack was also extremely unconventional. It seemed that no one who cultivated in the Bodhi ancient tree was weak. You will become an idiot after being hit by my forget laughter technique. Laughing Heaven's Palm. After laughing, Xiang Tianxiao's expression was extremely ferocious. The spiritual energy in his body surged and turned into a palm that slammed toward Lin Ling bang. The palm was extremely powerful. Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by the soul power attack and could not defend at all. Therefore, the palm hit him directly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was even more terrifying than Xiang Tianxiao's. He was not affected at all. Lin Ling lost. Many people shook their heads when they saw this scene. On the side of the Great Flame Ancient Clan, everyone's eyes were red. Xiang Tianxiao was despicable. First, he used his family to provoke Lin Ling. Then, he used his mysterious laughter when Lin Ling was careless. Finally, when Lin Ling was caught off guard, Xiang Tianxiao launched his strongest attack. Xiang Tianxiao had a plan for this battle. Ha ha ha, I won the first battle. On the martial arena, Xiang Tianxiao finally roared with laughter. His short and thin figure didn't cause others to admire him at all, and it caused others to despise him instead. Unfortunately, Xiang Tianxiao didn't care at all and continued to roar with laughter and excitement. In the world of martial arts, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Victory represented everything. Did you win? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing Xiang Tianxiao's laughter to change. He was still laughing, but his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Ling. Not far from him, the young man was still standing proudly. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and wisps of smoke flowed out of his body, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling. Impossible, you were hit by my laughing sky palm. How can you still be standing? My laughing sky palm is a 7th grade martial art of the royal level, and I have cultivated it to the highest level. Xiang Tianxiao was still laughing, but he shook his head in fear. How could Lin Ling be fine? You have many tricks up your sleeve, and you have a plan for this battle. However, you forgot one thing. No matter what you do, you can't hurt your opponent. Everything is just empty talk. Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a punch. Previously, he could have avoided the attack because Xiang Tianxiao's soul power couldn't affect him at all. However, he didn't dodge because it was unnecessary. Bang! The punch sent Xiang Tianxiao flying like a meteor. He smashed into the ground and spat out blood. Using brute force to subdue intelligence. No matter how insidious your tricks are, you can't beat your opponent. Everything is just a joke. The crowd's eyes narrowed. This meant that Xiang Tianxiao's attack couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. Laughing sky palm of 3 sages. On the ground, Xiang Tianxiao roared. He slapped the ground with his right hand and jumped up. Then, he pounced on Lin Ling. Was everything he had done in vain? He couldn't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening sounds rang out as 3 terrifying palms landed on Lin Ling's body. Many of the peak-level Royal Spirit Realm geniuses narrowed their eyes. Even they didn't dare to take those 3 palms head-on. After all, a 7th grade martial art of the Royal Spirit Realm wasn't just for show. Spiritual chi exploded and formed smoke. However, as the smoke drifted away, Lin Ling was still standing on the stage. He didn't even move his feet. He had awakened 20,000 small worlds, and his physical body was extremely strong. His defense was terrifying. Why would he be afraid of Xiang Tianxiao's attack? After all, Xiang Tianxiao was only at the late stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing? Lin Ling said coldly. In front of him, Xiang Tianxiao's eyes were wide open. He still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Ling stood there and let him hit him. He couldn't even hurt him. Whoosh! Lin Ling stretched out one hand and grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck. Then, he slapped him. With a slap, all of Xiang Tianxiao's teeth flew out. This person was too ugly. Lin Ling felt very uncomfortable looking at him. Laugh? Why aren't you laughing? If you don't laugh, I'll beat you until you laugh. Slap, slap, slap. Countless people looked at the stage. Lin Ling grabbed the short Xiang Tianxiao and kept slapping him. It was as if he was a noble in the palace slapping a servant. Lin Ling, beat him until he can never laugh. The people of the Great Flame Ancient Clan cheered. Xiang Tianxiao was too despicable. They didn't offend him, but he used them to provoke Lin Ling in order to win. This kind of person was too disgusting. Laugh, you have to laugh for me. A domineering voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Was he toying with Lin Ling? Was he laughing arrogantly around Lin Ling? Today, Lin Ling wanted to see how he would laugh. Slap. 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 The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Xiang Tianxiao, one of the 20 supreme talents who had been nourished by the Bodhi liquid, was now being slapped by Lin Ling, ha ha ha. Finally, Xiang Tianxiao let out a terrifying laugh. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling's regret. He should not have used such a method to challenge Lin Ling's bottom line. I admit defeat. Xiang Tianxiao begged for mercy. However, his voice was very soft. No one could hear him except for Lin Ling. It's too late. I don't care what method you use to fight me. I will accept it head-on. However, you can't use my reverse scale to challenge me. This is my bottom line. If you lose, you don't have to die. However, if you challenge my bottom line, you will die if you lose. Lin Ling grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck and said coldly. Xiang Tianxiao's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. No. He let out an unwilling roar. At this moment, he was even more regretful. In fact, he had investigated the backgrounds and origins of the 20 supreme talents and knew their weaknesses. Therefore, he knew Lin Ling's weakness very well. Therefore, after challenging Lin Ling, he used Lin Ling's relatives to provoke Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the consequences of provoking Lin Ling were terrible. That was death. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.